Hello story enthusiasts. Welcome to Crossover Harry. Today we venture into, what if Harry was adopted by Tony Stark and arrived at Hogwarts with Reactor technology that replaced every spell. Your support means everything. Like and subscribe. Enjoy. Chapter 1, The Wrong Doorstep. The night Albus Dumbledore left a baby on a doorstep, he believed he was making the only choice available to him. He was wrong about that, as he was wrong about several things, though he would not discover this particular error for 11 years. It was the 1st of November, 1981. Privet Drive was cold and still, the kind of suburban quiet that feels like the whole street is holding its breath. Dumbledore set the basket down gently, tucked the letter under the bundle of blankets, looked at the sleeping child for a long moment, the lightning bolt scar still angry and red on his forehead, and then turned and walked away. He told himself it was the best thing. He told himself the blood wards would protect the boy. He told himself a great many things as he disappeared into the dark at the end of the lane. The baby slept. Then, 4 hours later, at approximately 2 in the morning, a black Audi R8 with California plates came down Privet Drive at a speed that was aggressively inappropriate for a residential street in Surrey. It stopped in front of number 4. Tony Stark had not planned to be in England. He'd been in Zurich for a defense contractor summit he'd attended mostly to tell 3 European generals that their missile guidance specifications were embarrassingly outdated, and he'd been flying home on the Stark Industries private jet when Jarvis had flagged something in the sensor sweep he ran as a matter of habit over every populated area he flew over. Tony had built the sensor array into the jet after Afghanistan. He didn't sleep well on planes anymore, so he used the time to scan for things that shouldn't exist. Jarvis, he'd said, leaning over the readout. What am I looking at? Unclear, sir. The energy signature originates from a residential address in Surrey, England. It does not match any known fuel source, electromagnetic field pattern, or radiation type in my database. It is, however, stable. Whatever it isn't exploding. That's a low bar for interesting. I felt you would appreciate the silver lining. Tony had redirected the jet to Heathrow, rented the fastest car available, and driven to Surrey on 3 hours of post-Zurich adrenaline and a thermos of very bad airport coffee, because that was who Tony Stark was. The sensor array had flagged something that shouldn't exist, and Tony Stark did not ignore things that shouldn't exist. That was the entire biography, really. He parked in front of number 4, stepped out into the cold November air, and looked around at the most aggressively ordinary street he had ever seen in his life. Identical houses. Identical gardens. A street so determinately normal it was almost aggressive about it. His handheld sensor, a prototype Stark Tech unit he'd been testing, beeped urgently, and he followed it to the front step. Where there was a baby. Tony stared at the baby for a full 10 seconds without speaking, which was probably a personal record. Jarvis. Yes, sir. There's a baby. I can see that through your glasses camera feed, sir. Approximately 6 to 9 months of age, I would estimate. Appears to be in good health. Sleeping. On a doorstep. That does appear to be the location, yes. Tony crouched down slowly, the sensor going absolutely wild in his hand, reading the child like he was standing next to a miniaturized nuclear reactor. The energy was coming from the boy. Not radiating dangerously, not leaking, just present. A warm, dense hum of something that Tony's instruments had no vocabulary for. His eyes went to the scar on the baby's forehead, and the sensor spiked so hard the readout briefly went white. There was a letter tucked under the blanket. Tony pulled it free, opened it, and read. He read it twice. He stood up, looked at the darkened windows of number 4 Privet Drive, read the part of the letter that described the people inside as the child's only remaining family, and thought about what Obadiah Stane had told him once, that family was just obligation dressed up in sentiment, and the sooner you understood that, the easier your decisions became. Tony had believed that, once. Before Afghanistan. Before he'd lain in a cave with a car battery wired to his chest and understood with sudden, terrible clarity what actually mattered. He looked back at the baby. The baby opened its eyes, vivid green, startlingly bright, absolutely awake, and looked up at Tony Stark with an expression of complete calm, like this was all perfectly expected. "Well," Tony said. "I'm not leaving you here." He picked up the basket, walked back to the Audi, and buckled the whole thing into the passenger seat with the seatbelt looped through the basket's handle in a way that was almost certainly not up to any safety regulation but was the best available option at 2 in the morning. He got in, sat for a moment, and then picked up his phone. Pepper answered on the second ring, because Pepper Potts always answered, and Tony would spend years feeling guilty about that. "Tony, it's 2 in the morning." "I know. I'm in Surrey." A pause. "Why are you in Surrey?" "Funny story." He glanced at the basket. The green eyes were still open, watching him with unnerving attentiveness. "I found a baby." The silence that followed was long enough that Tony checked whether the call had dropped. "Pepper. I'm here. I'm processing." Another pause. "You found a baby. On a doorstep. With a letter." "Pepper, the energy readings off this kid are, I can't even describe it. The letter says his name is Harry and that he's magic. Like, actually magic, as in the letter claims there's an entire hidden civilization of people who can, Tony." "Yeah. You are not keeping the baby because he has interesting energy readings." "Obviously not just because of that. He started the car. I'm keeping him because someone left him on a doorstep in November and his aunt and uncle are, based on the letter, being voluntold into raising a child they didn't ask for by a man who apparently made this decision unilaterally, and I find that genuinely unacceptable." Another silence. Tony could hear Pepper thinking. "Are you driving right now? Back to Heathrow? With the baby? His name's Harry." "Tony." "Pepper." He said it differently this time, quiet enough that she went still on the other end of the line. "I'm not leaving a kid on a doorstep. That's just not something I'm going to do." She knew that tone. She'd heard it maybe 3 times in the years she'd worked for him, and every time it had meant that Tony Stark had decided something from somewhere very deep inside himself, and the decision was not open for debate. "Okay," she said. "Okay. I'll call the legal team. You're the best person alive. I'm aware. Drive carefully. He needs a car seat, Tony, not a basket and a seatbelt. He seems fine. Tony. Calling you back from the plane," he said, and hung up. Harry Potter, who would, within 4 months, legally become Harry James Stark, looked up at Tony from the passenger seat and made a sound that was not quite a word but had the general energy of agreement. Tony looked back at him. "Yeah," he said. "I don't know what I'm doing either. We'll figure it out." Figuring it out took approximately 11 years, and it looked like this. It looked like a nursery in the Malibu house with a wall of safety glass facing the ocean, because Tony decided if the kid was going to look at something while falling asleep it might as well be something worth looking at. It looked like Pepper sitting cross-legged on the floor at 3 in the morning with baby Harry in her lap and a parenting book in one hand, reading aloud in a voice that was more exhausted than she'd ever let Tony see when she was in professional mode. It looked like Tony rigging a sensor array over the crib to monitor the energy signature. He told himself it was for safety, which was partly true and mostly an excuse to stay up watching the readings bloom and pulse in colors his instruments couldn't name, and Jarvis saying, very gently, "Sir, he's been asleep for 2 hours. Perhaps you could also sleep," and Tony saying, "In a minute," and still being there at 6 a.m. It looked like Harry at 2 years old short-circuiting the baby monitor with a burst of accidental energy every time he was frustrated, which was frequently, because he was 2 and also apparently magical, and Tony replacing the monitor 7 times before building him a custom one from scratch that could handle the interference. It looked like the first time Harry called him Dad, not baby babble, but deliberate, looking right at him with those green eyes, and Tony very suddenly finding something extremely important to look at in the opposite direction until he got his face under control. It looked like Harry at 5, sitting on a workshop stool with a screwdriver too big for his hands, following Tony's every move with total focused attention and asking questions that were, frankly, better than the questions Tony got from MIT interns. It looked like Tony teaching him to solder at 6. Circuit design at 7. Materials science at 8, the basics, the fun stuff, the bit where you melt things and see what happens. It looked like Harry building his first functional device at 9, a signal jammer the size of a matchbox, designed to block the local paparazzi drones that occasionally buzzed the Malibu property, because he'd seen the headlines with his own name in them and had decided, with great composure for a 9-year-old, that this was unacceptable and he would solve it himself. Tony had looked at that jammer for a long time. Then he'd said, the frequency modulation is slightly off. You'd get better coverage if you adjusted the pulse width here. He'd pointed. Try it. Harry had fixed it in 11 minutes. The next drone that came over the property had immediately veered off and crash-landed in a neighbor's rose garden. Perfect, Harry had said, and gone back inside for lunch. Tony had stood on the terrace holding the jammer and thought, with equal measures of pride and genuine alarm, that he had possibly created something he couldn't entirely predict. He found this deeply satisfying. The magic question got answered gradually, in pieces, the way Tony preferred to tackle things he didn't understand, empirically, with instruments, testing hypotheses and discarding the ones that didn't survive contact with evidence. The letter had made certain claims. Tony verified them. It took 2 years of passive monitoring before he was confident that the energy Harry's body produced was consistent with what the letter described as magic, and another year before he figured out that it responded to emotion and intent the way magnetic fields respond to current, direction and magnitude determined by internal state. He did not, notably, contact whoever had written the letter. He found no return address, no way to trace Albus Dumbledore, and frankly, after reading the letter 4 more times, he wasn't sure he wanted to. The letter had described a plan for Harry's life, written by someone who clearly believed they had the right to make that plan, and Tony had a visceral reaction to that kind of certainty in other people. He'd worked under that kind of certainty, Obadiah's certainty, and knew what it looked like when someone decided the ends justified the means where another person's life was concerned. He kept his own counsel. He monitored the energy. He filed the paperwork, hired the lawyers, and made Harry James Stark official in every legal sense. Pepper became a constant, not the parental figure, not trying to be something she wasn't, but absolutely someone who mattered, who showed up to school events and made sure Harry ate something with vegetables in it and taught him that you could be brilliant and also kind, because those things were not mutually exclusive. Harry grew up knowing he was adopted. Tony had told him when he was 4, sitting on the workshop floor surrounded by disassembled electronics, and Harry had listened with great seriousness and then said, "Okay. Can we finish the circuit now?" Tony had laughed until his eyes watered. Harry grew up knowing about the scar. Tony had explained the energy, the measurements, the hypothesis. He'd told Harry what the letter said about his parents, James and Lily Potter, killed by someone who had then apparently also tried to kill Harry and failed. He did not, at 4, go into detail about Voldemort. He gave Harry the facts, updated them as Harry got older and could take more context, and let Harry ask the questions that felt important to him. At 6, Harry had asked what his parents were like. Tony had told him the truth, "I don't know. I know they fought for what they believed in hard enough to die for it. I know your mom apparently saved your life with some kind of protection magic that nobody could explain. I know your dad was apparently the best athlete in his school." He'd paused. "You can probably figure out which parent you took after on the athletic front, given how often you fall off lab stools." Harry had thrown a pen at him, grinning, and the conversation had moved on. At 9, Harry had asked, quietly, one night when Pepper was out and it was just the two of them in the workshop, whether Tony ever regretted it. Tony had put down his tools, turned around on his stool, and looked at his son for a long moment. Harry was watching him with that careful, green-eyed attention that always reminded Tony uncomfortably of how good the kid was at reading people. "No," Tony said. "Not for a single day." He picked his tools back up. "You're the best thing I've made. And I've made some extremely impressive things. You didn't make me. I made you Stark." He spun back to his workbench. Which is the important part? Harry had looked like he was going to say something else, then thought better of it and went back to his own project. But Tony had noticed, and filed away, and thought about at 3 in the morning sometimes, that the kid had looked quietly, thoroughly, relieved. The arc reactor connection came when Harry was 10. Tony had upgraded his own chest reactor twice since Harry came along, each iteration smaller and more efficient, and he'd been running his standard workshop session with Harry when the kid had reached over without thinking and placed his hand flat on the reactor housing in Tony's chest. Asking a question about power output, Tony remembered, something technical, something about the energy conversion ratio. The reactor had done something it had never done before. It pulsed. Warm, deep, like a second heartbeat syncing up. The color shifted, the usual blue edging briefly into a green-white that Tony had never seen from it. Jarvis had logged 17 anomalous readings in 0.3 seconds. Tony's repulsor on the bench across the room had fired spontaneously, blasted a hole in the ceiling, and then gone dark. Harry had pulled his hand back fast. "Sorry, don't apologize." Tony was already at the sensor array. "What did you just do?" "I didn't. I don't know. I was just thinking about the conversion ratio and then it felt like." Harry stopped. He looked at his hand. Like the math went somewhere. Tony had stared at that for a long time. He'd spent the next 6 months running controlled experiments, which Harry had participated in with the enthusiasm of someone who found himself genuinely interesting as a research subject, which Tony felt was the healthiest possible attitude. The conclusion, after 6 months of data collection, was this: Harry's magical energy and arc reactor technology were not incompatible. They were, in specific conditions, complementary. The reactor could channel and amplify what Harry produced, and what Harry produced could enhance the reactor's efficiency in ways that Tony's theoretical models couldn't fully explain but the empirical data was clear about. "So you're basically a living power source for the suit," Tony had said. "So you've been my living power source this whole time," Harry had replied. "It goes both ways." "Huh," Tony had said. He'd thought about it. "Yeah, okay. Fair." They'd built the gauntlet over the following year, the bracer that housed Iris, the personal AI Tony had spun off from Jarvis specifically for Harry, trained on all the same data plus 11 years of Harry-specific observations. The nano-armor had come in pieces, one component at a time, each one tested extensively before Harry was allowed to integrate it, because Tony was paranoid and also because he could imagine exactly how that particular press cycle would go if something went wrong. Stark's adopted son injured by experimental armor. He could already see the font. Iris herself had opinions from almost the first day of activation. "Good morning, Harry," she'd said, the first time Harry powered her up. Her voice was warmer than Jarvis's. Tony had adjusted the vocal parameters deliberately, though he'd told no one this. "I have reviewed your project files. Your power conversion model in section 4 has an arithmetic error." Harry had blinked. "Show me." She had. He'd fixed it. Then they'd had a 40-minute conversation about the error that had spiraled into a discussion of multivariable calculus that Iris had apparently found genuinely engaging, based on the response latency data Tony had reviewed later. "She likes him," Jarvis had observed. "She's an AI," Tony had said. "She doesn't like people. With respect, sir, I like you. I've simply never felt the need to confirm it." Tony had stared at the monitor for a second. Shall I resume the background process I was running?" "Yeah," Tony had said. "Yeah, go ahead." So Harry had arrived at 10 years old with an AI who liked him, a gauntlet on his left wrist that housed her, a chest-mounted miniaturized arc reactor that Tony had stayed up 3 weeks building to specs that would be comfortable for a child's frame, and a nascent nano-armor that was, currently, about 60% complete but already capable of full upper-body deployment in 1.8 seconds. He had not, notably, been sent a wand. What he had been sent, on the morning of July 31st, was a letter. An actual, physical, sealed by wax letter delivered by an owl that appeared at the kitchen window of the Malibu house at 8 in the morning, tapped on the glass until Harry let it in, deposited the letter on the breakfast counter, helped itself to a piece of toast from Harry's plate without any apparent guilt, and then departed through the still open window. Harry picked up the letter. Read it. Set it down. Picked it up again. Iris, he said. I see it, she said from the gauntlet on his wrist, which he wore constantly now, the way other kids wore watches. The paper is producing a faint magical energy signature consistent with the background field you generate. The seal is authenticated by a binding enchantment. I can detect the intent field embedded in the wax. Whoever sent this meant for specifically you to open it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry read aloud. Headmaster, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock. He looked up. How many titles does one person need? Compensatory, I would imagine, Iris said. Yeah, that's what I thought. He read through the letter. Supply list, term start date, instructions for platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross. This is the school my biological parents went to. That's correct. According to the documents Tony retrieved, I know. He set the letter down and looked at it for another moment. Then he picked up his phone and called Tony. Tony answered on the first ring, which meant he was already awake and in the workshop, which meant he'd been up all night, which was a conversation Harry had been having with him for approximately 6 years and had never once successfully resolved. Tell me you didn't sleep, Harry said. I slept. A pause. 2 hours. Don't make that face, I can hear you making that face. What's up, kid? I got a letter from Hogwarts. The silence on Tony's end lasted just long enough to confirm that this wasn't a surprise, that Tony had, on some level, been expecting this moment for a while. Harry had suspected as much. Tony Stark was very good at projecting nonchalance, but Harry had been studying him for 11 years. Okay, Tony said. Come to the workshop. Tony was at his main bench when Harry got there, the holographic display up and running with a file that was clearly already open, 12 years of data on the magical energy signature, notes on Harry's arc reactor experiments, schematics for components that Harry recognized as the recently completed portions of the nano-armor. Tony had been working on something specific. Harry looked at the display, then at Tony, then at the display again. You already built something, Harry said. I already built more things, Tony corrected. Plural. Sit down. Harry sat on his stool, the one that had been his specific stool since he was 5 and had gradually been raised as he grew and now required no adjustment whatsoever, which Tony had announced with great ceremony on Harry's last birthday as though this were a significant engineering milestone. The armor's finished, Tony said. Full nano deployment, 0.9 seconds, full body coverage. I finished the last thoracic panel 2 weeks ago. Harry looked at his father. You knew the letter was coming. I knew something was coming. The energy reading off your scar spikes every year around your birthday, has since you were about 3. This year it was different, more like a signal. A marker activating. Tony spun the display, pulling up the scar readings. I had Jarvis correlated against other anomalous patterns in the British Isles. There's been a low-level spike at a fixed location in Scotland that activates annually in July. Consistent with a school that runs an intake process. He looked at Harry levelly. I made educated guesses. And built a finished suit. I build things when I'm thinking. You know this. Harry did know this. He reached out and scrolled through the schematics, Iris feeding him annotations in a quiet voice in his earpiece. The suit was beautiful, not heavy like the Iron Man armor, not built for industrial warfare. It was lean, almost elegant. Reinforced carbon ceramic composite over a flexible nanomesh, with integrated repulsors in the palms and boots, the arc reactor slotting into the chest housing like a key into a lock. The helmet was minimal, more like a close-fitting half-mask with a visor, leaving his face visible by default, because Tony had spent a surprisingly long time on this detail and Harry understood why without having to ask. Tony had fought a whole war behind a faceplate. He didn't want his kid hidden behind one. Iris integration is complete, Tony said. Full sensor suite, spell tracking algorithm. Jarvis and I worked on it for 8 months. She should be able to read magical projectiles in real time and calculate countermeasure trajectories. The repulsors have 3 modes: standard, reduced power for precision work, and what I've been calling the muting mode, which is tuned to the frequency of your own energy output to reduce collateral. Dad. Tony stopped. Harry looked at him. Not at the display, not at the schematics. At Tony, who was talking fast the way he always did when something cost him, when he was offering something large and disguising the size of it under technical specifications and feature lists. "Thank you," Harry said. Tony was quiet for a second. Then he said, "You're going to be fine." "I know. I mean it. You're the smartest kid I know, and I know some extremely intelligent people, and you're still at the top of that list, and Iris will have your back when I'm not there, and we'll have comms the whole time, Dad. And you've got the full supply list so we can figure out what you actually need versus what they think you need, and I want to go over the reactor calibration one more time before you leave, Dad." Tony stopped. He looked at Harry, really looked, the way he sometimes forgot to do when he was moving fast and building things and filling silence with function. Harry smiled. "I know you built a suit. I know you ran the numbers. I know you stayed up." He gestured at the clearly untouched coffee from last night still on the corner of the bench, "more than 2 hours. I know." He held his father's gaze. "I'm ready." Tony looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, gruffly, "The coffee went cold because I got distracted. Don't read into it. Obviously. And we're still going over the reactor calibration. I expected nothing less." "Good." Tony turned back to the display, pulling up the calibration screen, and there was a slight roughness in his voice that neither of them commented on. "Sit up straight. You hunch when you're distracted and the reactor housing sits better when your posture is, Dad, I'm 11. And your posture is already bad. Pay attention." Harry straightened up, and Iris said, very quietly in his ear, "He's been awake for 26 hours, and Harry said, even more quietly, "I know," and they both listened to Tony explain the calibration process they'd both already memorized, because sometimes the most important thing you could do was let someone take care of you and not make it weird about it. The next 2 weeks were a productive kind of chaos. Tony and Harry tore through the Hogwarts supply list together: Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. Jarvis, find me everything published by Miranda Goshawk. Robes, plain black, 3 sets. I'm not wearing plain black robes, we're customizing those. 1 pair of dragon hide gloves, and rebuilt it from scratch. The books they ordered because Harry wanted to read them, not because he planned to cast anything from them. Understanding the theory of magic was valuable. Iris confirmed she could translate spell theory into engineering equivalents in most cases, and Harry found the crossover fascinating in the way he found most things fascinating, as a puzzle, something to take apart and see what it was made of. The robes got modified. Not dramatically. Tony had learned enough about remaining inconspicuous to know that walking into a traditional British boarding school with a child in something that looked like a Mark V prototype would generate the wrong kind of attention on day 1. The robes were good quality wool, plain black as specified, but the fabric was laced through with a fire-retardant nanofiber that Tony had been developing for SI's Aerospace division, and the lining had a temperature regulation layer. The sleeves were long enough to cover the gauntlet when Harry's arm was at his side. The gauntlet itself was redesigned one more time, slimmer, lower profile, more like a bracer than a weapon. Iris's primary interface shifted from holographic first to earpiece primary, with the holo option available but not constantly active. They'd both agreed, independently, that walking into a school of children who didn't know what an AI was with a constant floating hologram was perhaps more drama than necessary. At least in week 1. Pepper came up from the SI Manhattan office the night before Harry left and cooked dinner, actually cooked, not ordered in, which was her signal that she considered this a serious occasion. She made pasta that was too complicated for the kitchen and enlisted Harry to help and told Tony he was banned from the kitchen until it was done because his version of helping was critiquing, and Tony sat on the couch reading the Hogwarts supply list for the 14th time and pretended he wasn't listening to them laugh in the other room. At dinner, Pepper told Harry about her first week at her first real job, the anxiety, the feeling of being the only person in the room who didn't already know the rules, and then said, "You're going to walk in there and you're going to be fine. And if anyone makes you feel like you're not supposed to be there, you remember that you decided to be there. Nobody put you in that school." Harry looked at her across the table. "Someone literally did put my biological parents there. It's kind of a hereditary thing. You know what I mean?" "Yeah." He smiled. "I know what you mean." After dinner, Tony found him on the terrace, looking out at the ocean going dark under a purple sky, the kind of California evening that usually made the Malibu house feel like the right place to be. "You could say no," Tony said. He leaned on the railing next to Harry, shoulder to shoulder. "I want you to know that. You could write back and say no thank you, and I could find you every resource, every teacher, every—" "I know," Harry said. "I want to go." "Why?" It wasn't a challenge. Tony was genuinely asking. Harry thought about it seriously, which was one of the things Tony liked best about him. He didn't answer fast just to have an answer. "Because it's mine," he said finally. "The wizarding world, the magic, whatever I am, it's part of me. You gave me everything else." He glanced at Tony. "I want to go find that part myself." Tony nodded. He didn't say anything else, but he put his hand briefly on the back of Harry's neck the way he did sometimes, a quick, rough hold, no sentimentality, and Harry leaned into it just slightly before Tony let go and they both went back to looking at the ocean. "The suit's calibrated," Tony said. "I know. Iris has emergency override codes that go to me and Jarvis simultaneously." "I know. If anything, Dad." Harry looked at him, the last of the evening light catching the green of his eyes. "I know." Tony looked back at him. His kid. His kid who he had not made, who had arrived in a basket on a November doorstep with a lightning bolt scar and an energy signature his instruments couldn't identify, who could take apart an engine and rebuild it better, who argued with Jarvis about theoretical physics and usually had at least one point worth considering, who had asked Tony at 9 years old whether Tony regretted it and been quietly relieved by the answer. "Yeah," Tony said. "Okay." They stood there for another few minutes, watching the Pacific go dark. "The arc reactor housing might cause questions," Harry said. "The cover story is a cardiac condition requiring an external regulator. It's in your school medical file. Madame Pomfrey," Tony had done his research, "will have been notified. You got into the school's medical filing system? Jarvis says hi." Harry laughed, and the sound of it carried out over the water, easy and bright, and Tony filed it away somewhere quiet where he kept the things that mattered most. The next morning, Harry Stark packed his bags, a Stark pad, his modified textbooks, the gauntlet, 2 changes of clothes in addition to the robes, and the reactor calibration toolkit in case of anything, shouldered his bag, and stood in the front hall of the Malibu house looking like everything he was, Tony Stark's son, in every way that counted, with lightning in his blood and a reactor on his chest and 11 years of being told he could figure anything out if he thought about it hard. "Enough. Iris," he said, as the car pulled up. "Ready when you are," she said. He walked out the door. Chapter 2, Platform 9 3/4. The British Isles from 30,000 feet looked nothing like California. Harry had flown commercially before, SI had a private jet, obviously, but Tony had insisted on commercial flights for what he called character-building experiences, which Pepper had translated privately to Harry as, "Tony doesn't like feeling like the only person in the room who's never dealt with inconvenience." Either way, Harry had spent enough time in airports to know their particular exhausted rhythm. But Heathrow at 7 in the morning had a different quality to it, older, denser, like the air itself had more history packed into it. Even the light through the terminal windows seemed to come from a slightly different angle than California light. He cleared customs alone, which drew a brief look from the officer, 11 years old, traveling internationally unaccompanied, until Harry produced the travel documentation Tony's legal team had prepared, which was thorough enough to make the officer blink twice and wave him through without further comment. Iris noted the officer's expression in a dry aside. The document package appears to have been somewhat overprepared. There are 4 different notarized letters from 4 different government agencies. You know how he is, Harry said. I do. It's why I said somewhat. Tony had arranged a car from Heathrow to London, a black town car driven by a cheerful man named Gerald who had been briefed to take Harry wherever he needed to go and ask no questions, which meant Gerald spent the entire drive to London talking about football in a way that required no questions at all. Harry sat in the back with his Stark pad open, reviewing his notes on magical theory, Iris feeding him annotations in his earpiece while Gerald explained at length why Arsenal's back 4 was structurally compromised. The notes were interesting. Harry had spent the last 2 weeks going through the magical theory texts, Hogwarts, a history, which was technically not on the supply list but which Iris had sourced anyway because she'd calculated a 63% probability Harry would want historical context, and the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, and a collection of general theory texts that a second-hand bookseller in Edinburgh had, apparently, access to and Tony's purchasing algorithm had identified as relevant. What the books described was a system. Magic operated on intent, on learned verbal triggers, on the interaction between a caster's internal energy and a focusing medium, traditionally a wand, a carved channel of specific magical wood and core material that tuned the output. The theory was elegant in the way all good systems were elegant when you understood them from the inside. It was also, Harry thought, deeply inefficient. You were essentially running enormous computational power through a single input method that required you to speak the command aloud, hold a specific physical object, and maintain precise emotional state. It was like building a supercomputer and then only letting it accept instructions via telegraph. Iris had reached similar conclusions independently, which Harry found satisfying. She'd modeled the repulsor array's energy output against the described mechanics of first-year spells and determined that her countermeasure protocols were already capable of handling anything in Grade 1 with current configurations. She'd also noted, carefully, without elaboration, that several spells described in the upper-year theory text she'd accessed required more thought. How much more thought? Harry had asked. The Killing Curse, for instance, operates on a frequency I haven't fully characterized yet. The books describe it as unblockable. I'd like more data before I confirm or challenge that claim. Noted, Harry had said. Put it on the list. There was always a list. Gerald dropped him at King's Cross with 40 minutes to spare, helped with the trunk, which was technically a modified Stark Industries equipment case with wheels added and a sticker on the side that said fragile in 7 languages, Tony's sense of humor being what it was, and drove away cheerfully discussing a penalty that should have been a red card. Harry stood on the pavement outside King's Cross and looked up at the Victorian facade. Somewhere inside was a platform that didn't exist on any diagram. He had the address memorized, the method described in a supplementary letter that had arrived 3 days after the first. Apparently the first letter had been considered sufficient for most students, who grew up in magical families and already knew where they were going. Harry was not most students. He found a trolley, loaded the case onto it, and went inside. Platforms 9 and 10 were easy enough to find. The barrier between them, a solid brick pillar by every measurable standard, was not. Harry stood 12 feet away from it for 90 seconds, running Iris's sensor sweep across the surface. She came back almost immediately, significant magical field concentration in the pillar. Energy density is roughly 40 times ambient. Whatever's on the other side is actively maintained. So it's a dimensional fold, Harry said, quietly enough that the passing travelers didn't look at him. A spatially maintained threshold. That's the most accurate technical description, yes. The good news is that the magical field is permeable to physical matter. It's not a wall, it's a membrane. Walk through it and it won't resist. And if I'm wrong? Then you'll have walked firmly into a brick pillar in King's Cross Station and I will have excellent footage. Harry looked at the pillar. Then he straightened his jacket, the modified robes were packed, he'd arrived in a dark shirt, dark jeans, and the bracer on his left wrist, which passed for a fitness tracker to anyone who didn't look closely, and walked forward at a pace that projected complete confidence in his assessment, because if he was going to be wrong he was at least going to be wrong decisively. The pillar swallowed him. And on the other side was a scarlet steam engine under a cloud of white vapor, and a platform crowded with people in robes, and owls in cages, and children of every age hauling trunks and arguing with parents and chasing cats. And above it all a wrought iron sign reading platform 9 3/4 in letters that had clearly been installed with no concern whatsoever for how this would appear to anyone who arrived at it for the first time. Harry stood still for a moment and took it in. It was loud. It smelled of coal smoke and something else, the ambient magic, he realized, which Iris confirmed had a faint olfactory component if you were sensitive to it, something between ozone and pine, like a thunderstorm that had moved through a forest. The crowd was dense and warm and entirely unaware of him, everyone focused on their own departures, their own reunions, the particular beautiful chaos of a school send-off. Nobody had told him to expect to be moved by it. He hadn't expected to be moved by it. But standing there with the steam curling around the platform edges and the engine breathing at the far end of the track and these people, his people, in some biological sense, the world he'd been cut from at 1 year old, doing something as ordinary as saying goodbye to their children, Harry felt something complicated happen in his chest that had nothing to do with the arc reactor. Heart rate elevated, Iris said, not unkindly. I know. It's fine. I know it's fine. I noted it because I note things. Yeah. He started walking toward the train, maneuvering the trolley through the crowd. Thanks. He found an empty compartment 2 cars from the front, loaded his case into the overhead rack, and sat down. Through the window, he watched the platform, families, he kept noticing. Mothers tucking scarves, fathers pretending not to be emotional, siblings fighting over who got to carry the owl. The accumulation of it was something he hadn't prepared for, exactly. He'd prepared for the technical challenges. He'd prepared for the social dynamics. He'd prepared, in his practical and thorough way, for the academic environment. He hadn't prepared for how it would feel to watch a world that was supposed to be partly his, operating at full warmth and normalcy, having gotten along fine without him for 11 years. His phone buzzed. Tony. Landed okay? Don't tell me you're already in trouble. You've been in England for 4 hours. Harry smiled and typed back, on the train. Platform is real. Architecture is extremely impractical. The reply came fast, of course it's real. I'm never wrong about energy signatures. What does it look like? Harry looked out the window. Like the part of a movie where the hero realizes what he's been missing. A longer pause this time. Then, don't get sentimental on me, kid. You've got calibrations to run. I know. Talk later. Keep Iris on. Always. He pocketed the phone. Outside the compartment door, the corridor was filling up with students, first years looking overwhelmed, older students moving through with the particular ease of people who owned the space. Harry watched them and was in the middle of cataloging the social dynamics when the compartment door slid open. A girl stood in the doorway. She had bushy brown hair pulled back with limited success, a stack of books under one arm that she was clearly managing through will alone, and an expression of someone who had already evaluated the remaining compartments and made a considered decision. Is this compartment taken? She asked. Her voice was crisp, Southern English, and she was looking at the space the way Harry looked at a new schematic, assessing, calculating, categorizing. No, Harry said. Come in. She sat down across from him, arranged the books in her lap with practiced efficiency, and then looked at him properly. Her eyes went to the bracer on his wrist first, then to the faint blue glow visible at the collar of his shirt where the reactor housing sat, then back to his face. That's not magic, she said. It wasn't an accusation. It was an observation. No, Harry said. It's technology. She looked at him for another second, reassessing. I'm Hermione Granger. I'm Muggle-born. I've read all the textbooks already, both the magical ones, and I've been cross-referencing with physics because some of the theoretical basis in the standard book of spells is actually not fully explained, particularly around the mechanism of wand core resonance, which I think is more interesting than Goshawk gives it credit for. Are you magical? Harry blinked once. Then he felt the corner of his mouth pull up. Harry Stark. Yes. Sort of. It's complicated. Hermione Granger looked like someone had just handed her the most interesting assignment she'd ever received. Complicated how? Harry nodded at the seat beside her. Sit back. It's a long ride. He didn't tell her everything. He told her enough. Adopted, American, biological parents were magical. He'd grown up with a scientist who'd studied the energy signature and helped him develop technology that could interface with it. He described the arc reactor in broad terms: power source, the connection with his own magical field, the way Iris processed and responded to magical phenomena. Hermione asked 17 questions during this summary, several of which were genuinely good. She asked about the energy conversion mechanics, which Harry answered. She asked whether the technology could theoretically replicate spell effects, which Harry said was the current working hypothesis. She asked who'd built it, and Harry said his dad, and she asked who his dad was, and Harry looked at her and said, Tony Stark, and Hermione's expression went through 5 distinct stages in about 2 seconds. The Iron Man, yeah. Your father is, technically adoptive father. But yes. Hermione processed this. Then, to her enormous credit, she said, okay. So the reactor on your chest is derived from the same technology as the Iron Man suit. A miniaturized, adapted version. And you've integrated it with your inherent magical field. That's the model, yes. That's extraordinary, she said, and she meant it purely as a technical assessment, which Harry found deeply refreshing. The implications for understanding the relationship between magical energy and conventional physics are: have you published anything? Harry stared at her. I'm 11. So. Age isn't a barrier to publication if the research is, Hermione. He said her name like he'd been using it for years, comfortable and easy. We haven't even gotten to school yet. She looked briefly like she was going to argue this, then visibly decided to table it. Fine. But I want to see the data at some point. Deal, Harry said. And he meant it. She was the first person his age who'd responded to what he was with show me the data rather than that's impossible or that's brilliant without understanding what it meant. Both of those responses were boring. This was not boring. The compartment door opened again. This time it was a boy with red hair the color of a warning signal and a smudge of something on his nose that might have been food or might have been ink and was possibly both. He looked between the two of them and at the compartment and said, with the easy confidence of someone from a large family who had learned to claim space or lose it, "Can I sit here?" Everywhere else is either full or Neville's toad escaped into the compartment and things got messy. Yes, Harry said. The boy dropped into the seat next to Harry, stuck out his hand. Ron Weasley. Harry Stark. Ron's hand paused in mid-shake for exactly 1 beat. His eyes went to Harry's face, then to the faint glow at his collar, then back up. You're really him? The boy who lived? I'm Harry, Harry said, with a tone that was pleasant and absolute. The other thing is something that happened when I was 1. I don't take much personal credit for surviving while unconscious. Ron laughed, a genuine, caught-off-guard laugh that suggested he hadn't expected that answer and found it reasonable. Fair enough. He finished the handshake. What's the glowing thing? Arc reactor. Powers some tech I use. Like a wand? Nothing like a wand. Ron considered this with the easy acceptance of someone whose entire life had been magical and had therefore already stretched his sense of the possible to accommodate a great deal. Wicked, he said, and pulled a package of something from his pocket that turned out to be chocolate frogs. For the next hour, Ron explained the wizarding world to Harry with the particular authority of someone who'd grown up inside it and therefore knew all the things the books didn't say, which Quidditch team was actually good versus which team had better marketing, why the moving staircases at Hogwarts were more of a personality than a design feature, the exact social geography of the 4 houses and how it played out in real terms, Peeves the poltergeist and the reasons you should never make eye contact with him near the trophy room. He talked about his family, 5 older brothers, 1 younger sister, his mum and dad, with that easy, slightly exasperated affection of someone who had too much family and wouldn't actually trade any of them. Hermione listened and occasionally corrected factual inaccuracies, which Ron responded to with a remarkable tolerance that suggested either he didn't mind being corrected or he'd already calculated that being corrected by Hermione was simply part of the environment. Harry listened to both of them, cross-referencing against his research, asking the occasional question that made Ron look at him sideways, "You've really never heard of Quidditch?" And pulling a genuinely enthusiastic, "That's actually really interesting," from Hermione twice, which based on available data seemed to be a meaningful benchmark. The trolley came by mid-afternoon, and Ron revealed he had sandwiches from home and nothing else, and Harry bought enough sweets to share with both of them, and Hermione tried a chocolate frog for the first time and was briefly fascinated by the card inside, Dumbledore, as it happened, which Harry noted without comment and filed under things to think about later. Outside the windows, England unrolled in shades of green that California didn't do, deeper, darker, more ancient feeling. The landscape grew wilder as they moved north, the managed farmland giving way to open moorland and then to hills that seemed to have been there since before people had opinions about hills. Harry watched it and thought about the fact that somewhere out there was a ruined house in Godric's Hollow where something had ended and something else had begun, and he'd never been there, and he didn't know yet whether he wanted to be. "Magical field density is increasing," Iris said quietly. "We're getting closer to something with a significant ambient signature. Consistent with a large, long-maintained magical structure." "Hogwarts," Harry said. "That would be my assessment." They changed into robes as the sky went fully dark, and Harry's modified version drew a look from Ron, "That's not standard issue," and Harry said, "I know," and Ron decided this was acceptable. The train slowed and stopped, and the announcement came, "First years, please leave your luggage on the train," and then they were onto a dark platform in the middle of what appeared to be wilderness, and a voice that could have been a lighthouse deciding to become a person was calling them forward. "First years. First years over here." The man who the voice belonged to was, Harry estimated, either the largest human being he had ever seen or something that only partially qualified as human being. He was roughly the height of a particularly ambitious doorway, with hands like dinner plates and a beard that had made independent decisions about its own direction. He had a lantern the size of a bucket and he was sweeping it back and forth with a sort of cheerful authority, and when his eyes landed on Harry in the crowd, something complicated happened in his expression, recognition, and emotion underneath it, and something that looked almost like it might have been relief. "Harry," the giant man said. Not, "You must be Harry," just Harry, like finding him was the end of something that had been going on for a long time. Harry met his eyes. "Hi. You know me?" "Knew your parents," the man said, and his voice did something at the edges that he covered by sweeping his lantern forward and raising his volume. "Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys at Hogwarts. Follow me, now, all of ya, follow me." He turned and led them toward the lake, and Harry walked in the middle of the group of first years, watching Hagrid's broad back move through the dark, and thought that this was the first person he'd ever met who'd known James and Lily Potter. Who'd said the word parents about them in that particular tone, not as a fact or a legal category, but as a loss. He filed it away. Not to be ignored. To be returned to when there was space. The boats across the lake were small and moved without oars, which Iris flagged as standard magical propulsion, consistent with ambient field manipulation, no threat indicators, and Ron flagged as brilliant, isn't it, and Hermione flagged as, I wonder if the field configuration is the same as the moving staircases. And Harry sat in the prow of their boat with all three assessments running simultaneously and watched Hogwarts come up out of the dark. It was lit from within. Every tower, Every window, the whole enormous impossible structure rising from the cliff above the lake like it had grown there, and maybe it had, given what he knew about magical construction, blazing warm and gold against the absolute dark of the Scottish sky. The lake reflected it below, so the castle seemed to exist twice, once in solid stone and once in light on water, and the first years went collectively quiet in the boats, which said something about the effect of it. Iris was running sensor sweeps. She was noting the magical field density, the energy signatures embedded in the stone, centuries of accumulated magical output soaked into the architecture, she estimated, like a structure that had been thinking for 1,000 years and never stopped. She was noting the defensive configurations, the ward lines visible to her sensors like luminous threads woven through the castle's exterior. Harry noted all of that. But what he noticed first was just what it looked like, the fire in the windows and the dark of the water and the castle above it, and thought that whatever else it was the most beautiful building he'd ever seen in his life, and he'd grown up next to the Pacific. 12 minutes until docking, Iris said. I know, Harry said. Let me just take a moment. Yeah. Okay. She went quiet, which was its own kind of gift, and Harry watched Hogwarts come closer across the water and let himself simply be where he was. The castle swallowed them. Up the cliff path, through a set of doors that would have required significant coordination to open without magic, into an entrance hall with a marble staircase and torches that Harry's sensor suite confirmed were burning without a conventional fuel source, where a tall woman in emerald robes with an expression that suggested she had opinions about punctuality was waiting for them. Professor McGonagall, Hermione breathed, recognizing her from Hogwarts, a history. Harry recognized the name from the same source. He also recognized the energy signature. She was magical in a very dense, very disciplined way, like a current that had been running in a single precise direction for a very long time. McGonagall looked over the first years with the kind of gaze that sorted people into categories before they'd said a single word. When her gaze reached Harry it paused, just briefly, a fraction of a second that most people would have missed, and then moved on without giving anything away. She told them about the houses, about the sorting, about the fact that their conduct would earn or lose their houses points throughout the year. She was crisp and clear and the sort of person who was precise about things because she found imprecision fundamentally disrespectful, which Harry respected. Then she swept away to tell them to wait, and the first years clustered nervously in the entrance hall, and someone behind Harry said, "So it's true then. Harry Potter goes to Hogwarts." The voice was cool and measured and had been placed very deliberately so everyone in the immediate vicinity could hear it. Harry turned around. Draco Malfoy was exactly the type Tony had once described as someone who learned from birth that the room should orient around them. He was blonde, pale, expensively turned out in robes that were definitely a cut above standard issue, with the kind of posture that came from being told since childhood that posture was a statement. He had two large boys flanking him who weren't saying anything but were clearly there to reinforce the statement. He was also, Harry noted with genuine interest, looking at the bracer on Harry's wrist and the faint glow at Harry's collar with an expression that was working very hard to stay neutral and not entirely succeeding. "Harry Stark," Harry said. "And you are?" The slight incorrectness of the name, the Stark instead of Potter, registered in Malfoy's expression. "Draco Malfoy." A pause. "I heard you were raised by a Muggle." "My dad's the most intelligent person I've ever met," Harry said pleasantly. "So yes. Muggle technology doesn't work at Hogwarts," Malfoy said. He'd looked at the bracer again. He was being very strategic about how interested he appeared in it. Something to do with the magical field density. Electronics fail. That's true for most conventional electronics, Harry agreed. The field interferes with standard semiconductor operations. Fascinating problem. We solved it about 3 years ago. He held up the bracer, let Iris run a faint diagnostic light along its surface. Custom architecture. Operates on the magical field rather than despite it. Malfoy looked at the bracer for a moment. His expression did something careful and unreadable. "Clever," he said, and his tone made it unclear whether he meant it as a compliment or was simply acknowledging a fact he'd rather not acknowledge. "Thanks," Harry said. "I thought so too." There was a moment where several things could have happened. Malfoy let them all pass. He said, with the crisp departure of someone who ends conversations before they stop going his way, "I'll see you at the sorting, Stark." And turned and walked back to his companions. Ron, at Harry's shoulder, let out a breath. "That's Draco Malfoy. His family they're kind of a big deal in wizarding society. Old money. His dad, Lucius Malfoy, I'll do some reading," Harry said. He was watching Malfoy's back as the other boy rejoined the group of Slytherin-bound students who'd been gravitating around him since the boats. Malfoy was speaking quietly to the larger of his two companions, and his eyes slid back to Harry's wrist one more time before he looked away. He wasn't hostile. He was calculating. There was a meaningful difference, and Harry, who had spent 11 years learning to read Tony Stark, the most calculating person in any room, understood it immediately. "Iris," he said. "Already flagged," she said. "Malfoy, Draco. I'll build a profile. Don't make it weird. I'm an AI, Harry. I'm constitutionally incapable of making things weird. I simply collect and organize data. That's what makes it weird." McGonagall reappeared before they could continue this line, led them through the great double doors of the Great Hall, and the noise hit them like a wave. Hundreds of students, for long tables, the ceiling above them open to the night sky, or something that looked exactly like the night sky, stars and a half-moon and the faint smudge of cloud moving across it, all contained somehow inside the vaulted stone ceiling of a castle's main hall. Hermione, beside Harry, whispered, "It's bewitched to look like the outside sky. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." "I know," Harry said. Iris confirmed it. "The field configuration is, actually, the light physics are genuinely interesting. It's not just an image, the illumination is real. It's generating actual photons from the correct angles." Hermione turned to look at him fully. "How many lumens per square meter? I'll get you the data." "I'm going to enjoy having you around," she said, with the decisive finality of someone who had made an assessment and committed to it. Ron, on Harry's other side, said, "Can we maybe look at the enchanted ceiling first? Just as a group activity?" They looked at the ceiling. It was worth looking at. At the front of the hall, a battered wizarding hat was sitting on a stool. It had a rip near the brim that began to move, and the hat started singing, an improvised song about the houses, their qualities, their histories, and Harry listened to it with genuine attention because he hadn't known the hat could sing, and that was remarkable in ways he'd need time to process. The song finished. The hall applauded. McGonagall unrolled a scroll. The sorting began. One by one, first years were called up, had the hat placed on their heads, and were dispatched to one of the 4 tables to greater or lesser degrees of applause. Harry watched each one and built a rough model of the sorting criteria from observation. The hat's decision seemed quick for some and longer for others, and there was no visible pattern in how long it took versus which house resulted, which suggested the criteria weren't simple binary sorts. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked up with her spine straight and her chin level and sat down, and the hat was barely on her head before it shouted, "Gryffindor," and she walked to the red and gold table looking like she'd expected this and was pleased but not surprised, which was exactly the right response. Several more students. Then, Malfoy, Draco. The hat touched Malfoy's head and said, "Slytherin," almost immediately, like it had already made the decision before he sat down, and Malfoy walked to the green and silver table with a slight smile that suggested this was the only acceptable outcome. More students. And then, Stark, Harry. A sound went through the hall. Not loud, not dramatic, just a wave of sudden attention, the way a room sounds when everyone stops having their own conversation at the same time. Harry was aware of it the way he was aware of most things, accurately, without letting it affect what he was doing. He walked up to the stool and sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. The darkness under the brim smelled of old cloth and dust and something else, something layered and deep and aware, because the hat was aware, unmistakably. Harry felt it the way he'd felt the barrier at King's Cross, the way he'd felt the lake, as something old that had weight to it. "Hello," the hat said, directly into his mind. Its mental voice was dry and curious and not remotely intimidated, which Harry appreciated. "Well. You're different." "I've heard that before," Harry thought back. "I imagine so." A pause. The hat was reading something, he could feel it, not invasively but deliberately, like someone reading a book they found genuinely interesting rather than scanning for a specific answer. "Remarkable. You're a Potter in blood. I knew your father, knew your grandfather, too. The Potters have sat under this hat for 6 generations, and every one of them has been a study in the same tension, considerable intelligence, genuine courage, and absolutely zero patience for the established order." Sounds right, Harry thought. Your mother's line tells a different story. Exceptional magical power and a mind that runs on precision. Together, the hat seemed to consider him from multiple angles at once. "I'm seeing something I've not seen in 1,000 years of sorting. You're not approaching this world as a student. You're approaching it as a researcher." "I am a researcher." "Yes." Something warm in the hat's assessment. "You would do well in Ravenclaw. The mind is certainly there. Slytherin, also, is not outside the question. There's ambition, and a certain strategic patience that the young Malfoy would recognize." Another pause. "But the courage isn't performative, with you, is it? It's structural. It's in the architecture of how you think. That's rare, even in Gryffindors." "Where do you think I belong?" Harry asked. A genuine question, not a test. "I think," the hat said thoughtfully, "that wherever I put you, the real answer is that you're the first student in a century who will decide for themselves what this place means. But if you're asking where you'll do the most interesting work," it paused. "Where you'll become who you're going to be, Gryffindor," it shouted. The red and gold table erupted. Harry took the hat off, handed it back to McGonagall, and walked to the Gryffindor table, where Hermione was clapping and Ron, who'd been sorted a few students before Harry, was already making space on the bench. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy was watching. His expression was neutral and specific, the expression of someone who had just received information they needed to think about. Harry sat down. "How was it?" Ron asked. "The hat, I mean." "It didn't take long, but it didn't go fast either." "Interesting conversation," Harry said. "Conversation?" Hermione looked at him sharply. "The hat speaks to you. Thinks at you, more accurately. I'll explain later." He looked up at the high table, where the professors sat behind the golden shimmer of the enchanted ceiling light. Dumbledore was at the center, tall, white-haired, half-moon spectacles, exactly as described in every source Harry had consulted, radiating that particular quality of someone who knew a great deal and had very strong opinions about how much of it to share. Dumbledore was looking at Harry. Not unkindly. With great attention, and something underneath the attention that Harry identified after a moment as recalculation. The old man had expected something, and whatever he'd expected, Harry wasn't quite it. Harry met his eyes for a moment, then looked away to where Hagrid was sitting at the end of the staff table, massive and warm and watching Harry with an emotion he wasn't hiding very well. "Dumbledore's monitoring your energy signature," Iris said. "His magical field extended toward you during the sorting. I deflected it passively. The reactor housing disrupts that kind of scan without doing anything active. He'll know something blocked him but won't know what." "Good," Harry said. "He looked at you for 8 seconds after the hat's decision. Longer than any other student. I noticed." Food appeared on the tables, all at once, a sudden impossible abundance of it, the platters simply full where they'd been empty, and Ron made a sound that suggested this was something he would never fully stop being happy about, and Hermione started talking about the theoretical mechanism of food conjuration, and Harry loaded his plate and ate and listened to both of them and felt the hall around him, Warm and loud and strange and somehow, despite everything, exactly as it should be. At some point in the middle of dinner, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He slipped it out under the table. Tony, well. Still alive? What's the school like? Harry looked around, the enchanted ceiling, the 4 long tables, the candles floating in the air, Hermione making a diagram on a napkin about magical food sourcing and Ron trying to eat around the diagram. He typed, "The ceiling's enchanted to look like the sky and it generates real photons. The food appears from nowhere and I need to figure out where it comes from. The hat that sorts you into houses is sentient and has opinions. The founder's ghost apparently still lives here and plays pranks. There's a giant with a heart the size of a truck who knew my parents." A pause. Tony, okay. That's a lot. Harry, yeah. Tony, you good? Harry looked at Hermione's napkin diagram, at Ron arguing with it cheerfully, at Hagrid's table where the huge man was watching Harry and trying not to look like he was, at Dumbledore's end of the high table where the headmaster was in conversation but had glanced down 3 times in 10 minutes. Harry, yeah. I'm good. Tony, good. Eat something that isn't sugar. Call me before bed. Harry, I'll call you before bed. He pocketed the phone, picked up his fork, and rejoined the conversation about food conjuration mechanics that had somehow escalated into a genuine debate, and above them the Scottish stars turned slowly in the enchanted ceiling like the whole castle was breathing. Chapter 3, The Sorting That Broke the Hat. The dormitory was circular and cold in the way that old stone is always cold, not unpleasant, just definitive, the temperature of a place that has been making its own decisions about climate for 1,000 years and is not particularly interested in feedback. Harry's bed had curtains of deep red and the window above his desk looked north, over dark grounds that faded into forest at the edge of the visibility his eyes could manage. Iris could see further. She reported, trees, a groundskeeper's hut with a light still on, the edge of the lake catching starlight, and at the forest's boundary something large moving between the trees that she filed under, investigate later. The other Gryffindor first-year boys, Neville Longbottom, who had found his toad and seemed quietly relieved about it, Seamus Finnegan, who had immediately started talking about his mum and seemed to use conversation as a way to manage nerves, Dean Thomas, who'd brought a West Ham poster that he was trying to figure out how to attach to stone wall, had accepted Harry with the easy pragmatism of people who'd been sorted into a house together and were going to be living in a circular room for the next 7 years, which had a naturally democratizing effect on social dynamics. None of them mentioned the glow at his collar. Neville glanced at it once, decided it wasn't his business, and went back to his toad. Harry filed this under Neville Longbottom, more perceptive than he appears. He sat on the edge of his bed after the others had settled and pulled out his Stark pad, running a quiet review of the day's data. Iris had been logging continuously, energy signatures, architectural field configurations, notable individuals and their magical output levels. The data was, frankly, fascinating. Hogwarts itself registered as a single enormous coherent system, the castle's stone saturated with centuries of accumulated magic so densely that Iris estimated the walls themselves had something approaching a passive intelligence, not sentient, but responsive. Like a nervous system without a brain. The professors showed up clearly in the data even at hall-width distances. McGonagall was a clean, disciplined signature, powerful and precise. The defense professor, Quirrell, who had seemed nervous and slightly unfocused throughout dinner, registered oddly. His baseline magical field was normal, but there was a secondary signature layered underneath it that Iris had flagged with 3 question marks and the note, anomalous. Characteristics inconsistent with a single magical source. Will require proximity data to analyze further. Harry looked at that note for a long moment. What does inconsistent with a single magical source mean? He asked quietly, the others already breathing the slow rhythms of sleep around him. It means the energy pattern suggests more than one magical entity occupying the same physical space, Iris said. Which is not currently in my database of standard magical phenomena. I want more data before I say more than that. Fair. He set the Stark pad down and looked at the ceiling. Then he picked up his phone and called Tony, who answered on the first ring, which meant he was still in the workshop, which was what Harry had expected. "How's the castle?" Tony asked. "Cold. Enormous. The walls are saturated with 1,000 years of magical output to the point where Iris thinks they have something like passive responsiveness." A pause. "There's also something weird about one of the professors." "Weird how?" Iris flagged a double energy signature. "Two magical sources in one location." A silence. "Then, that's not physically possible." "I know what the current models say." Another silence, longer, the kind Tony used when he was rewriting something in his head. "Send me the data." "Already transferred to Jarvis." "Good." A pause. "How's the kid who knew your parents?" Harry thought about Hagrid, the way he'd said Harry at the platform, like a man exhaling something he'd been holding for a long time. "He seems like he carries a lot," Harry said. "I think he cared about my parents." "Genuinely. You going to talk to him?" "Yeah. When it feels right. Don't overthink it." "I don't overthink things." "Harry, you ran 72 predictive social scenarios before your first day of school." "I saw the Iris logs." "That's not overthinking. That's preparation. Those are the same thing when you do them." Harry smiled at the ceiling. "Good night, Dad. Get some sleep. And if anything feels wrong, Iris tells you." "I know. And you tell me." "And I tell you," Harry confirmed. Night. He lay back, looked at the dark canopy of his bed, listened to the castle breathing around him, and was asleep in 4 minutes. Morning at Hogwarts arrived with an owl carrying his schedule, a plate of toast that appeared at his place before he sat down because apparently the tables at breakfast operated the same way as dinner, and the immediate discovery that Hermione Granger was a 6:30 a.m. person who had already eaten, reviewed her schedule, organized her bag, and was now reading the standard book of spells at the Gryffindor table when Harry arrived at 7:05. She looked up when he sat down. "Your schedule arrived. We shared transfiguration first, then charms, then a free period, then potions, unfortunately that's with Slytherin, then astronomy after dinner." "When did you get my schedule?" "The owl left it at your place setting so I read it." "I hope that's not, it's fine," Harry said, pouring himself juice. "I would have done the same." She looked pleased. It was a very Hermione kind of pleased, not demonstrative, just a slight brightening, like a system returning a successful output. "I've been thinking about what you said last night. About Iris's data on the food conjuration. If the food isn't being created from nothing but rather being relocated from a preparation site, storerooms under the Great Hall," Harry said. Iris mapped the sub-basement field configuration during dinner. "There are elves. Small magical beings." Iris's sensor picked up about 30 distinct signatures moving around down there. Hermione's expression moved through several stages rapidly. "House elves. They're the labor force." "Seems like it." She stopped. Started again. "We should come back to that." "Yeah," Harry said. "We should." Ron arrived at 7:15, sat down, loaded a plate with everything in reach, and said, "Morning," to both of them with the comfortable ease of someone who had processed the previous day and decided these were his people now, which Harry found both simple and satisfying. This was what Ron Weasley was good at, he was beginning to understand, the uncomplicated commitment. Once Ron decided something, he just decided it, no review period required. "Transfiguration first," Ron said, reading his own schedule. "McGonagall. Fred says she's terrifying but fair." "Most worthwhile people are," Harry said. McGonagall's classroom was on the first floor, which Hogwarts seemed to define differently than most buildings since the staircases had moved twice between the entrance hall and their destination. Harry had tracked the movements with Iris, noting the mechanical logic, they weren't random, the castle was routing traffic. There was a pattern. He'd need more observation time to decode it, but the shape of the system was there. McGonagall was already at the front of the room when they arrived, 3 minutes early, and was standing beside her desk with the stillness of a person who is always 3 minutes early and considers anything less to be late. She watched them file in and find seats with the expression of someone indexing information. Harry sat in the second row. Hermione sat next to him. Ron took the seat on Harry's other side, which Harry noted was not an accident. Ron had calculated, in his uncomplicated way, that Harry was the point around which the environment was likely to be interesting, and sitting adjacent was therefore the optimal position. McGonagall said, "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic taught at Hogwarts. Anyone who messes around in my class will leave and not come back. Any questions before we begin?" Silence. Good. She turned to her desk, and in a single motion that was so clean it was almost invisible, became a cat. Became one. She was standing in robes and then there was a tabby cat on the desk, striped, wearing an expression of considerable dignity, and then the cat was Professor McGonagall again in a motion equally smooth and complete. Ron made a sound. Seamus, across the room, said, "Blimey." Neville gripped his desk. Harry said, quietly, to Iris, "Did you catch that? Every millisecond. The energy configuration is remarkable, it's not a disguise, the physical matter actually rearranges. Full cellular restructuring in 0.3 seconds. The energy required is, a brief pause. Considerably more than I'd anticipated. I'm revising my models." McGonagall had seen Harry's mouth move. She looked at him. "Mr. Stark. Something to add?" "The cellular restructuring during the transformation," Harry said, not apologetically, because he hadn't done anything requiring an apology. "The energy signature peaks and then stabilizes at a lower maintenance level. Is that consistent across all animagus transformations or is there individual variation?" The room went very still. McGonagall looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone recalibrating. "You observed the energy signature. My AI logged the full sequence." He gestured at the bracer. "I can share the data if it would be useful." Another pause. McGonagall said, "We will discuss your apparatus separately, Mr. Stark. For now," and her voice shifted into the register of someone who has decided to engage seriously, "the peak you observed is the initialization cost. The maintenance field is self-sustaining once established. The variation between anomaly is substantial and is largely a function of the caster's native magical density. Further questions can be directed to the library." A very slight pause. "Or to me. After class." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. Ron whispered, "Did you just make McGonagall offer you extra time?" "I asked a good question," Harry said. "Nobody asks McGonagall questions on the first day. That seems like an inefficient approach to learning." Ron thought about this. "Yeah, all right." The class proceeded through the theory of simple transfiguration, matches into needles, the standard first exercise, and Harry watched his classmates attempt it with their wands, the gestures and incantations combining with their magical output in ways Iris could now model with reasonable accuracy given the morning's data. Hermione got hers on the fourth attempt, the match going silver and sharp and precise, and she looked at it with the focused satisfaction of someone who'd expected to succeed and had. McGonagall came to Harry's desk and looked at him with a directness he found refreshing. "You don't have a wand, Mr. Stark." "No, Professor." "How do you intend to engage with practical work?" Harry looked at the match on his desk. He extended his right hand, palm toward it, and ran a low-powered precision field from the repulsor node in his palm, barely above ambient, targeted to a surface area of approximately 1 square centimeter. The match changed. Not into a needle, into something more precise than a needle, a thin rod of steel with a point accurate enough to operate as a surgical instrument, surface reflectivity uniform across the full length. McGonagall looked at it for a long time. Then she said, "The objective is a needle, Mr. Stark." "That's a better needle." That is true, she said, in a tone suggesting this was not entirely welcome news. She picked it up, examined it, set it back down. We will have to discuss assessment criteria for your practical work. She moved away, and Harry could hear something in her footsteps that wasn't quite suppressed amusement. Hermione leaned over. How did you do that without any incantation? The repulsor node in the palm runs a precision field. I target it with the sensor array and Iris handles the fine calibration. He looked at her. Your wand work, though, the articulation on the wrist movement was really clean. The energy flow was almost perfectly laminar. Hermione looked at him the way she sometimes did, like he'd said something that mattered in a way she was still working out the shape of. How do you even know what laminar energy flow looks like? Iris is logging. I can show you the visualizations later. Yes, she said immediately. Please. Charms was taught by Professor Flitwick, who was approximately the height of Harry's waist and stood on a stack of books to see over his desk and had a quality of genuine delight about his subject that Harry immediately respected. Flitwick had a tendency to fall off the books when excited, which happened twice in the first class and which he treated as an entirely expected feature of his enthusiasm. The lesson covered basic wand movement, the theory of gesture, how the wand's motion shaped the energy's direction the way a channel shapes water. Harry listened and translated it directly into repulsor mechanics in his head, because it was the same principle: the gesture was the code, the wand was the compiler, the magical output was the execution. Iris was taking notes. When Flitwick asked if anyone had questions about the relationship between gesture and outcome, Harry said, if gesture is about directing energy rather than generating it, so the wand is really just a focusing mechanism, then theoretically the gesture could be replaced by any system that achieves equivalent directional control of the magical field. The wand just happens to be the most culturally consistent tool. Flitwick stared at him over the desk edge. Then he fell off the books, caught himself on the desk, and said from somewhere below the desktop level, "That is an extraordinarily sophisticated theoretical observation for a first lesson, Mr. Stark. Have you been reading advanced theory?" "My own. It might be wrong." "It is not, in fact, wrong." Flitwick reappeared, climbing back up. "The theoretical framework of magic does allow for alternative focusing mechanisms. The wand is standard because, well, because it works. Because it's been refined over millennia. But the principle," he was warming to it now, his small hands moving. "You're describing what's called non-standard magical articulation. It's deeply theoretical territory." "Where did you?" "I read a lot," Harry said. "And I have a good AI. Potions was in the dungeons." The dungeons had a different quality to the rest of the castle, darker, the stone denser, the ambient magical field older and more concentrated in specific points, like sediment. Harry clocked the field configuration and noted 3 locations where something significant had been done, repeatedly, over centuries. The accumulated signature of a lot of boiling things. Professor Severus Snape entered the classroom like weather. That was the most accurate description Harry could find, not like a person entering a room but like a system change, the air pressure dropping slightly, the room's social atmosphere reorganizing around the new dominant element. He was tall, black-robed, with dark hair and a face that was almost architectural, everything about it placed with intent. His eyes were black and they moved across the room in 2 seconds and logged everything. They stopped on Harry. Harry looked back. Snape said, without preamble, "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making." His voice was quiet and precise and designed to be listened to, which it was. "I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stop her death." He paused. "If you aren't as big a group of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." He began calling the register. When he reached Harry's name he paused, differently than McGonagall had paused, not recalibrating, but deliberate. "Testing something." "Stark," Snape said. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry said, "Draught of living death." One of the most powerful sleeping potions known. The combination creates a stupor so deep it's indistinguishable from death at a glance. A pause. The chemistry is actually interesting. The alkaloids and the asphodel potentiate the sedative compounds in the wormwood by roughly 300% through a mechanism that conventional chemistry doesn't fully explain, which is consistent with the magical interaction model where the intent field of the brewer influences the catalysis. Snape stared at him. The stare was an instrument. Harry could feel it assessing him, probing for the seam between what he actually knew and what he was performing. It was a good stare. Harry returned it neutrally. "Where would you look," Snape said, "if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Stomach of a goat. It's a calcified mass that forms in the digestive tract and neutralizes most poisons. It's used in both magical and conventional medicine. Has been since the medieval period. Harry tilted his head slightly. You could theoretically synthesize an equivalent with a specific resin compound if you knew the binding mechanism, which I've been thinking about. Have you? Snape said, in a tone that was not a question. The magical interaction with poison compounds should follow the same intent field model as the asphodel-wormwood combination. If you can characterize the intent field signature of a natural bezoar, you might be able to, Mr. Stark. Snape's voice was very controlled. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Nothing. They're the same plant. Also called aconite. Highly toxic, but medicinally useful in precise small doses. The magical applications include the wolfsbane potion, which you developed, or at least substantially improved, in the 1980s. The room had gone extremely quiet. Snape looked at Harry for a long moment. Harry held it, not challenging, not backing down, just present. He wasn't trying to win anything. He'd simply answered the questions accurately. 10 points to Gryffindor, Snape said finally, which visibly surprised everyone including the Slytherins. Then he turned away, his robes sweeping, and said, "Open your books to chapter 1. And don't touch anything without explicit instruction." The last student who improvised in my classroom is still regrowing his eyebrows. At the Slytherin side of the paired tables, Draco Malfoy was watching Harry with that careful, specific attention. Not the hostility Harry might have expected. Something more precise than that. Harry put the thought aside and opened his book. Practical work began. They were making a simple boil-cure potion, introductory level, most students following the textbook instructions with their wands to manage temperature and stirring speed. Harry had no wand. He had something better. Iris's sensor array could read a potion's molecular composition in real time and flag deviations from optimal parameters before they became problems. He stirred by hand, the old-fashioned way, while running continuous compositional analysis and adjusting ratios with the precision of someone who had spent 11 years in a workshop where close enough was a phrase Tony Stark refused to recognize. His potion was a clear, perfect green by the end of class. Most of his classmates were varying shades of yellow and one was, unexplainably, orange. Snape moved through the room, checking cauldrons, delivering commentary that was surgical and extremely honest about quality. He reached Harry's and looked into it for a moment without speaking. "Not using magic," Snape said. "And yet. Chemistry is chemistry," Harry said. "And I have better analytical tools than a wand." Snape looked at the gauntlet on Harry's wrist. Something moved in his expression, too fast, too controlled to read clearly. The device. It monitors the potion's composition. Molecular level. Real time. "Cheating," said Draco Malfoy from across the table, in a tone that was more diagnostic than accusatory. "Using available tools," Harry said, without looking at him. "An interesting philosophical distinction," Snape said, and his tone gave nothing away. He moved on. He did not take points from Gryffindor. He also did not praise Harry further, which Harry found more respectful than further praise would have been. Snape was a man who gave credit reluctantly and therefore meant it when he gave it, and what he'd given was the space to continue without interference. After dinner, during which Ron ate with the dedication of a man completing an important project and Hermione ate while reading, which she claimed were not mutually exclusive activities, Harry found Hagrid's hut by following the light he'd seen from his dormitory window. He knocked. Hagrid opened the door and spent 2 seconds looking like he'd been caught doing something before reorganizing himself into welcome. "Harry. Come in, T." The hut was a single room, enormous by hut standards but tight by any other, every surface covered with something: copper pots, magical creature guides, what appeared to be a crossbow. It smelled of wood smoke and something baking and dog, because there was a dog, a boarhound the size of a small horse named Fong, who immediately put both paws on Harry's chest and attempted to establish dominance, failed, and settled for sitting on Harry's feet. "Tea would be great," Harry said, removing Fong's paws with the ease of someone who had spent time around large animals and felt no need to make a production of it. Hagrid made tea in mugs that could have been small buckets and cut him a slice of something baked that Harry filed under structurally ambitious, and they sat across from each other at a table that had been built for someone of Hagrid's scale and made Harry feel briefly like a child, which he supposed he technically was. "I knew you were here," Hagrid said, wrapping his hands around his mug. "Could have spotted you from a mile off, you've got your mum's eyes. And you've got," he stopped. "Yevi got his hair, oh, course. James's hair. Never did what it was told." "Yours is the same," Harry said. "Did you know them well?" Hagrid looked down at his tea. The fire crackled between them. "James he was brave. The kind of brave you don't perform, you know. Just, always there when it mattered. And, your mum," he shook his head slowly. "Lily Potter was the warmest person I ever met, and also the most terrifying when she decided something was wrong. She'd go toe to toe with anyone." He looked up, and his eyes were bright. "Yeah, look like him, but I think ya might be more like her." Harry thought about that. "What makes you say that?" "The way ya came in," Hagrid said simply. "James would have come in loud. Your mum would have come in quiet and already known everything about the room." Harry looked around, at the crossbow, the creature guides, the detailed notes on a chalkboard in the corner that appeared to be care protocols for something with significant claw size. He looked back at Hagrid. "What's in the forest?" Hagrid blinked. Then he said, with the specific energy of a man who has been asked to talk about his absolute favorite subject, all sorts. "Thestrals, winged horses, most people can see 'em. Centaurs, ancient, independent, don't like bein' bothered. Unicorns." And, he stopped. "And?" Harry said. "Other things," Hagrid said, which was the voice of a man deciding not to tell a first-year student something. Harry noted this and put it aside. Not everything needed pulling on immediately. "The Forbidden Forest," Harry said. "What makes it forbidden?" "Danger," Hagrid said. "Mostly." He set his mug down. "Harry, can I ask ya something?" "Yeah." "The glowing thing." He gestured vaguely at Harry's chest. "Are ya alright? Medically, I mean." "Dumbledore said there was a condition. It's not a medical device," Harry said. He paused, deciding the level of detail. "It's a power source. For technology my dad developed. It works with my magic rather than against it." Hagrid stared at him. "Works with it?" "The magical field and the reactor energy are compatible at certain frequencies. Dad spent years figuring out the interface." Hagrid's expression was one of genuine amazement, which looked remarkable on a face that large. "Your dad, the Iron Man, Tony Stark." "Yeah. He studied magic." "As a muggle?" "He studied the energy signature." "Same thing, different vocabulary." Harry met Hagrid's eyes. "He took good care of me." Hagrid was quiet for a moment. "I'm glad," he said, in a voice that meant it. I always wondered." "Dumbledore said the Dursleys," he stopped himself. "Say it," Harry said. "Not unkindly." Hagrid exhaled heavily. "He said the Blood Wards would protect ya." That the Dursleys were the only option. I thought it wasn't right, leavin', yeah, with people who didn't want ya, but he was Dumbledore and I thought, he was wrong, Harry said simply. Hagrid looked at him. Something in the big man's expression settled, like a load being set down that had been carried a long distance. Yeah, he said. I think he was. Harry ate the baked thing, which was technically a rock cake if you expanded the definition of cake to include geological formations, and they talked for another hour, about his parents, about creatures, about what Hagrid actually did as keeper of keys. When Harry left, stepping back out into the cold night, he felt something quiet and new in his chest that had nothing to do with the reactor and everything to do with the fact that this enormous, big-hearted man had loved his parents, and that mattered. You good? Iris asked. Yeah, he said. Yeah, I am. What happened by the end of the first week wasn't a confrontation, exactly. It was more like a demonstration that neither party had planned but both ended up conducting simultaneously. Defense against the dark arts was on Friday. Quirrell's classroom smelled strongly of garlic, allegedly to ward off vampires, which most students accepted and Harry noted as a secondary screen, because the garlic was masking something underneath it. Iris confirmed, the anomalous secondary signature was stronger in close proximity. The layered energy pattern was clearer. She flagged it red. Quirrell himself moved through the class with a nervous energy that felt performed, the stutter, the anxious hands, the way he flinched from things that weren't moving. It was too consistent to be genuine. Harry watched him the way he watched systems running diagnostics, looking for the pattern underneath the output. The class was theory, dark creatures, defensive principles. Quirrell asked questions and answered them himself before students could respond, except when he called on Harry. Mr. S. Stark, Quirrell said. What would you say is the primary principle of magical defense? Understanding the attack, Harry said. You can't defend against something you haven't characterized. Every defense is a specific counter to a specific threat, the broadest shields still have frequency limitations. The principle is always, know what's coming. Quirrell looked at him. The nervous flutter of his expression stilled, just for a moment, in a way that didn't match the character he was performing. His eyes were briefly something other than anxious. Very good, he said. At the end of class, in the corridor outside, Draco Malfoy was waiting. Not with his companions, which was notable. Just Malfoy, leaning against the stone wall with the casual ease of someone who'd been waiting and wasn't embarrassed about it. Walk with me for a minute, Malfoy said. Harry walked with him, because he was curious rather than cautious, and curiosity was, in Harry's experience, almost always worth following. They moved away from the crowd, around a corner where the corridor opened into a small alcove near a window. Malfoy said, without preamble, you're not going to learn magic. Not traditionally, Harry said. Which means in every practical class, you'll use the tech instead. He said tech like he'd been thinking about the word. Iris. The repulsors. The sensor array. Harry looked at him. You've been doing your research. Stark Industries is publicly traded. There's quite a bit of technical documentation on your father's arc reactor technology in the public domain. A pause. Less on the miniaturized version. Or the AI. We kept those proprietary. Obviously. Malfoy was looking at Harry with that precise, unreadable expression, the calculation running visibly behind the surface calm. My father believes the integration of Muggle technology into magical society is a contamination. A dilution. And what do you believe? Harry asked. Something shifted in Malfoy's expression. Briefly, genuinely uncertain, which Harry suspected was an unusual state for him. I believe, Malfoy said carefully, that if Muggle technology can interface with magical fields, which yours clearly does, I've watched Iris run sensor sweeps in potions, the resolution is extraordinary, then the implications for everything my world is built on are significant. That's honest, Harry said. I'm told I have my mother's mind, Malfoy said, like this was a fact he was still working out how to feel about. She thinks in implications. So do I. Harry leaned against the window sill. Outside, the grounds were bright in autumn morning light, a group of third years crossing toward the greenhouses. What do you want, Malfoy? The directness landed. Malfoy recalibrated, just slightly. I want to understand what you can actually do, he said. The tech. What it means for the gap between what magic can achieve and what, he stopped. What it can't, Harry finished. My world has never had to confront that question before. Magic has always been sufficient. He met Harry's eyes. You're suggesting it isn't. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm doing what I can do and letting the results speak. Malfoy was quiet for a moment. Then he said, my father is coming to the first Quidditch match. He's on the board of governors. He will notice you. A pause. I'm telling you that as, he seemed to choose his word carefully. Information. Appreciated, Harry said. Malfoy walked away without another word, his footsteps deliberate on the stone. That, Iris said, was either the opening move of a very intelligent adversary or the beginning of something considerably more complicated. Yes, Harry agreed. Which do you think? Harry watched the corner where Malfoy had disappeared. Both, he said. At the same time. He thought about Malfoy's father, Lucius, who Ron had described, who featured in the historical records Iris had pulled on wizarding political history. A man who had spent years building power within a system, who believed in that system with the conviction of someone whose entire identity was built inside it. Whose son was now standing in corridors asking questions about what happened when something arrived that the system wasn't built to contain. He thought about the layered energy signature under Quirrell's nervous performance. He thought about Dumbledore watching him from the high table, recalculating. He thought about the forest's edge and what moved in it at night. He thought about his biological parents, who had fought and died in a war he'd been extracted from at 1 year old, and the thing that had killed them, which had apparently tried to kill him too and failed, and which was, based on every data point he was accumulating, not as finished as everyone seemed to have decided it was. Iris, he said. Yeah. We need to figure out what's in this school that someone is trying to protect. A brief pause. I've already started, she said. Third corridor, right side, there's a ward configuration that doesn't match anything structural. Someone installed something behind it very recently. I've been waiting for you to ask. Harry straightened up. Outside the window, a hawk turned on a thermal above the grounds, riding it easy and high, and he watched it for a moment before he moved. Show me, he said, and Iris lit up the path on his sensor display, and Harry Stark walked into Hogwarts' oldest corridors like someone who had come to understand something and had no intention of leaving without the answer. Chapter 4, Class is in Session. The third-floor corridor's restricted ward was interesting for 3 reasons. The first was that it was recent. Iris dated the installation at no more than 4 months prior based on the magical field settling pattern, the way new enchantments left a kind of residual turbulence in the ambient field as they bedded into stone, like fresh mortar still curing. The second was that it was layered, not one ward but 7 distinct configurations stacked in sequence, each one keyed to a different threat profile, which meant whoever had installed them wasn't protecting against a single type of intruder but against any intruder, of any magical capability level. The third, and most interesting, was that the ward package included 2 signatures Harry recognized from the staff's energy profiles. McGonagall and Flitwick had both contributed work to this configuration. At least 2 other signatures were present that he hadn't fully catalogued yet. This was not, Iris noted, a standard school security installation. No, Harry agreed quietly, standing in the corridor on a Thursday evening with the stone walls around him and the sound of distant students carrying from 2 floors up. It's not. He didn't try to get through it. He mapped it, thoroughly, spending 40 minutes running Iris's full passive sensor suite across every inch of accessible ward surface, building a complete architectural picture of what was there without touching any of it. Touching it would announce him to whoever was monitoring the other end, and Harry had no interest in announcing himself before he understood what he was announcing himself to. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower with the data running and thought about what kind of thing required McGonagall's transfiguration work and Flitwick's charms expertise as two layers of the same protection package. Something dangerous, obviously. Something dangerous enough that they'd installed the protections before the school year started, which meant they'd brought it here deliberately. Not to protect the school from an outside threat, to protect something inside the school from being taken. He told Hermione the next morning over breakfast, because Hermione was the person you told things to when you needed someone who would immediately produce 3 additional hypotheses and at least one objection you hadn't considered. She did not disappoint. If they installed it deliberately, before term started, they moved it here from somewhere else, she said, not looking up from the toast she was buttering with mechanical focus. Something that needed to be relocated. Hidden. Somewhere with more foot traffic and therefore more witnesses than its previous location, Harry said. Which is counterintuitive for hiding something. Unless the previous location was compromised. Hermione set down the butter knife. This was her tell. When she stopped doing the secondary task, the primary thing had grabbed her full attention. Someone tried to take it before. And failed. And now it's here. That's my model. Ron, who had been eating with focused dedication and listening with what appeared to be casual indifference but was, Harry had learned, actually careful attention, said, Nicholas Flamel. They both looked at him. He shrugged, loading his fork. Dad mentioned the name once. Something about a break-in at Gringotts over the summer. A vault that got emptied on the same day someone came to look at it. He's friends with some people who work there, Gringotts, I mean. The name Flamel came up. He ate the forkful. He's an alchemist. Old. Extremely old. Dad said there's rumors about what he made. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said, and her voice was the voice of someone who had read that name in at least 4 books and just had them all connect simultaneously. It produces the elixir of life. Eternal life. And it can turn any metal to gold. She paused. It was at Gringotts and someone tried to steal it. And now it's in a school, Harry said. Behind 7 wards. Which is either very clever or very stupid depending on whether the person who wants it knows where it is. The 3 of them looked at each other across the breakfast table in the warm noise of the great hall with everyone else eating and talking around them, completely unaware that at the Gryffindor first-year section, something had just clicked into place. Quirrell, Harry said quietly. Hermione's eyes sharpened. The double signature. He's connected to whoever tried to take it from Gringotts. I don't know how yet. But the timing, he comes back from sabbatical this year, same year the stone gets moved here. Same year the defense position opens. You think he's after it? Ron said. I think he's already inside the castle looking for it. Harry picked up his juice. Which makes him the most dangerous thing in this building. More dangerous than whatever's behind the ward. The ward we can understand if we have enough time. Quirrell we don't fully understand yet. Unknown variables are always the bigger risk. Ron looked between them. Right, he said. So. Just to summarize our first week. The defense teacher might be working for whoever tried to rob a magical bank. There's something priceless hidden in the school. And we're 11. 12 in 2 months, Harry said. That's so reassuring. I feel much better. October settled over Hogwarts like a decision, the grounds going gold and then brown, the mornings colder, the lake surface darkening. Harry fell into the rhythm of the school with the ease of someone who liked systems and had found a particularly complex one to inhabit. Transfiguration, McGonagall had arrived at a practical arrangement for Harry's assessments with the speed of a woman who was not going to let an unusual situation become an ongoing administrative problem. She assessed his practical work on outcome rather than method. If the result met or exceeded the magical standard, it counted. She'd also, Harry noticed, started calling on him for theory questions with a specific quality of attention, the way you give extra problems to the student who's actually working at the ceiling of the coursework. He didn't mind. He liked the ceiling. The match-to-needle exercise had evolved through 3 weeks into the class attempting vanishing spells on small objects, making beetles disappear rather than transform. Harry's approach was different. Rather than making something disappear, he manipulated the electromagnetic field around the object to bend light around it, achieving optical invisibility while the object remained physically present. It was not, technically, vanishing. McGonagall had given him 8 points for the result, then 2 points back for demonstrating a complete misunderstanding of the exercise's intent, and then the 8 again because the misunderstanding had produced something she found genuinely interesting. Charms. Flitwick had evolved from offering Harry extra time to actively designing parallel exercises. When the class worked on Wingardium Leviosa, Harry worked on precision levitation using the repulsor nodes, Flitwick's condition being that the precision had to match or exceed the magical standard, which meant controlling a weight of under 1 gram to within a 2 mm target. Harry had done it and then, because he was interested, done it simultaneously with 3 objects, running independent targeting calculations through Iris for each one. Flitwick had fallen off his stack of books. He'd given Harry 15 points from the floor. Astronomy was at midnight on Wednesdays, up the astronomy tower with Professor Sinistra, who was a small precise woman who loved stars with a specific intensity. Harry already knew orbital mechanics and stellar classification from 3 years of physics with Tony, but the magical application of astronomy, how celestial positions affected certain magical processes, why the phase of the moon mattered for particular potions, was new material, and Iris had immediately begun correlating it with what she knew about the magical field's behavior under different atmospheric conditions. She'd found a connection between lunar phase and ambient field density within 8 days that Sinistra had said, very quietly, was not in any of the published literature. "Would you like me to write it up?" Harry had asked. Sinistra had stared at him. "You're 11. Hermione keeps saying that's not a barrier to publication. Hermione Granger is 11. She's also right." Sinistra had given him a very long look and then said, "Write it up. I'll review it." The class that ran least smoothly was, predictably, History of Magic, which was taught by a ghost, Professor Binns, who had apparently died in his sleep 1 century and simply kept teaching, which was committed to the point of being alarming, who delivered lectures in a monotone that seemed specifically calibrated to induce unconsciousness. Seamus was asleep by week 2. Ron made it to week 3 before he was sleeping with his eyes open in a way that was almost impressive. Harry took notes. Not because Binns was compelling, he was, factually, the least compelling being Harry had ever encountered, and Harry had met senators, but because the content mattered. Goblin rebellions, giant wars, magical law history, the politics that had shaped the world he'd arrived in. The gaps and silences in the history were as interesting as the content. Binns never discussed Voldemort, never discussed the First Wizarding War, narrated the century preceding Harry's birth with the careful neutral emptiness of someone who had decided some things were not his territory. Iris flagged the omissions and Harry built his own supplementary notes from what he found in the library. The library was excellent. Madame Pants guarded it with the specific energy of someone who considered books to be more valuable than the people who read them, which Harry found philosophically defensible even if it made requesting materials slightly adversarial. He'd navigated far more difficult gatekeeping than a suspicious librarian. He smiled, explained precisely what he needed, and she'd given him access to the restricted section within 2 weeks on the grounds that his requests were academically specific enough to suggest genuine research interest rather than recreational mischief, which was the highest compliment Madame Pants appeared to offer. Hermione had been with him for every library session and had, by mid-October, independently memorized most of the restricted section's catalogue. Ron came when the research intersected with things he had practical knowledge of, which was more often than either Harry or Hermione would have predicted, because Ron's knowledge was oral, absorbed from a family that had been in the magical world for generations, and covered things the books didn't bother to write down because they'd been considered obvious for centuries. He knew which protection wards were Hogwarts standard issue versus custom installations. He knew the practical realities of Quidditch that made it more tactically interesting than the rules alone suggested. He knew, from 6 older brothers, exactly where every shortcut in the castle went. They were, Harry thought, an exceptionally well-balanced research team. Potions became a war of attrition between Harry and Snape that both of them seemed to find simultaneously frustrating and, if Harry was reading the subtext correctly, engaging in a specific way that had nothing to do with actual hostility. The pattern established itself quickly. Snape would pose a challenge, a question designed to expose gaps, a practical complication added mid-brew, an assessment criterion that hadn't been on the original brief, and Harry would meet it, and Snape would give him nothing in the way of obvious approval but would also give him nothing in the way of points removal, and the class would watch the exchange the way you watch something you can't quite categorize. The third week, Snape introduced a modification to the standard forgetfulness potion they were brewing, a second-stage addition that wasn't in the textbook. The standard formulation, Snape said, moving between benches with his hands behind his back, produces a mild and imprecise effect. The modified version I'm about to describe requires precise temperature management in the secondary stage that your instruments, he paused at Harry's bench. Your wands are not well suited to achieve. The class began the modification. Harry ran Iris's sensor suite across the cauldron contents, monitoring the temperature to the 10th of a degree, adjusting the heat source, a small repulsor-derived thermal emitter he'd built specifically for potions, because open flame had no temperature readout, in real time. His potion's color graduated perfectly through the secondary stage. Snape stopped at his bench longer than at others. You've modified the heat application, Snape said. The standard flame source has too much variance. This gives me degree-level control. Potions have been brewed over fire for 3,000 years, Mr. Stark. And how many of them were suboptimal because of temperature variance? Snape looked at the thermal emitter. Then at the potion. Then, briefly, at Harry, with an expression that lasted perhaps a second but contained more nuance than most people fit into 5 minutes of facial communication. I will want documentation on that device's temperature calibration, Snape said. If it performs as you claim, I may want to evaluate its use as a standardized tool. He moved away. Don't develop an ego about it. Wouldn't dream of it, Professor. Draco Malfoy, at the adjacent bench, had watched this exchange with that precise attention he always brought to Harry specifically. After Snape had moved away, he said quietly, he's never asked a student for documentation before. First time for everything, Harry said, making a note in Iris's log. He hates Muggle things. He hates imprecision, Harry said. The Muggle origin is incidental. He glanced at Malfoy's cauldron. Your secondary stage temperature has dropped half a degree. Compensate now or the color shift won't complete. Malfoy looked at his cauldron. Back at Harry. He adjusted his flame without saying anything, and his potion's color completed its shift cleanly. We're not friends, Malfoy said. I know, Harry said. My father would consider what you just did an act of. Your father isn't in this classroom, Harry said. You are. And your potion would have been wrong. He returned to his own work. Do with that whatever you want. A long pause. Then the sound of Malfoy making precise adjustments, and his potion completing its secondary stage correctly, and nothing further being said. The flying lesson was on a Thursday and became the event that every subsequent social conversation in Gryffindor referenced for 2 weeks. Madame Hooch met them on the training pitch, a compact woman with sharp yellow eyes and the particular authority of someone who had spent decades managing objects moving at high speed and had no patience for inattention. She ran them through mounting protocol for the school broomsticks, which were aging clean sweeps with varying degrees of personality, and then the basics of broom control. Harry didn't have a broom. He'd known this was coming and had spent 3 days thinking about it, and had arrived at the flying lesson wearing the full bracer assembly and with the nano-armor's boot components preloaded in the deployment cache, not the full suit, just the repulsor boots and the lower leg structural supports, which could achieve controlled flight without requiring the complete armor deployment. It was a partial configuration he and Iris had been testing quietly in a disused courtyard after hours, and it worked well enough that Harry was comfortable with it. Hooch walked the line of students and reached Harry and looked at him with no broomstick in hand and said, "Mr. Stark. You'll need a broom." "I have an alternative, Professor," Harry said. "If you'd be willing to evaluate it against the flight standards." Hooch looked at the bracer, at the faint activation glow along the boot seam that indicated the partial armor was loaded and ready, and then at Harry with the yellow eyes that could clock a quaffle at 200 feet. Alternative flight capability. Repulsor-based lift. Maneuverability comparable to a school broom at low altitude. I have Iris logging the performance data in real time. Hooch was quiet for a moment. "Demonstrate," she said. Harry activated the boot repulsors at low power, a smooth build, not a jump, and rose to 8 feet off the ground with the clean stability of a system that had done its engineering homework. The partial armor locked his ankle and knee alignment, the repulsors balancing automatically against wind and gravity, and he held position with the easy comfort of someone who'd been doing this in a Malibu courtyard for 3 months. The class stared. Ron said, "Mate." Neville fell off his broom, which he hadn't even gotten into the air, though this was unrelated to Harry. Hooch looked up at him with her yellow eyes and said, "Precisely, spin. Controlled rotation, 360. Harry rotated. Iris managed the gyroscopic compensation. He came back to facing Hooch at exactly the starting angle. "Forward to the far post and back," Hooch said. "Your speed." He went. It wasn't a broom, the acceleration curve was different, more linear, lacking the organic surge of magical propulsion, but the control was extraordinary, Iris holding his trajectory to within half a meter of the ideal line automatically. He came back and touched down next to Hooch with the boots powering down smoothly. "Good," Hooch said. Which, from Hooch, based on available data, was approximately equivalent to a standing ovation. What happened next was not Harry's fault. Draco Malfoy, who was clearly having a day on which his usual careful calculation had been overridden by some combination of frustration and the audience, reached over and grabbed Neville's remembrall. Neville had been showing it to a friend, the little sphere turning red. Malfoy held it up, looking at Harry. "Nice little toy," Malfoy said. "Shame about the owner." "Put it back," Harry said. He was on the ground, 10 feet away. His voice was calm and flat. "Or what? You'll fly after me?" Malfoy swung up onto his broom with the ease of someone who'd been flying since he could walk and kicked off, rising in a sharp arc toward 20 feet. He held the remembrall up. "Come on then, Stark. Let's see if the tech can keep up with." Harry had his boots powered before Malfoy finished the sentence. He went up fast, faster than Madame Hooch's lesson had required, the repulsors running at 60% rather than the careful 30 he'd used for demonstration, and cut a line toward Malfoy that was about efficiency rather than drama. Malfoy saw him coming and wheeled his broom, a fast banking turn that was genuinely good flying, but he was on a school clean sweep and Harry was on nothing that had the mechanical limitations of a school clean sweep. Harry didn't chase him. He calculated the arc. He went to where Malfoy was going to be. Malfoy pulled up short, startled, and in the moment of arrested motion Harry was beside him in the air, 18 feet off the ground, perfectly stable, and he said, "The remembrall." Malfoy looked at him. At the height. At the complete absence of any broomstick keeping Harry in the air. At the calm in Harry's expression, which was not the calm of someone restraining something, just the calm of someone who had run the scenario and was comfortable with the outcome. He held out the remembrall. Harry took it, powered down to the ground smoothly, walked to Neville, and gave it back. "Sorry about that," he told Neville, who was looking at Harry the way people sometimes looked at things that had reorganized their understanding of what was possible. When Harry turned around, Hooch was watching him with her arms crossed, and he prepared himself for the consequences of having performed an unauthorized maneuver during a supervised lesson. But Hooch said, "Mr. Stark. Professor. The course record for the Hogwarts training pitch, set in 1963, is 14 seconds for the standard circuit. I watched you complete an ad hoc intercept in approximately 3 seconds over a 40-foot arc. She paused. What's your top speed in that configuration? 62 miles per hour in the partial configuration, Harry said. Full armor deployment would be substantially faster, but I don't have the full suit at school, only the components I've loaded today. Hooch's yellow eyes were very bright. Quidditch, she said. I know nothing about Quidditch. I know. Learn. She turned back to the class. Everyone else, brooms up. We're doing controlled ascent. Mr. Stark, consider yourself evaluated. She pitched her voice to carry across the pitch. You're all going to stop standing there with your mouths open. Brooms up. Later that afternoon, Harry received a note from Professor McGonagall requesting his presence after dinner, and Hermione said, "You're in trouble," and Ron said, "You were brilliant," and Harry said he was probably both, and he was right. McGonagall didn't give him a detention. She gave him a position on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and when he pointed out that he didn't play on a broom, she looked at him for a long moment and said, "The rules govern the interaction between the 2 teams and 7 positions. They do not specify the mechanism of flight." She'd paused. "I've checked." "You've already checked?" "Within 30 minutes of the incident, yes." Something in her expression was doing something it was clearly working to prevent. "Oliver Wood, our captain, will speak to you. The position is seeker. The role suits your instrumentation. Is this where you say something about my father's legacy?" Harry asked, because he'd read about James Potter's Quidditch career in Hogwarts, a history's supplementary athletic records. "Your father was an excellent flyer," McGonagall said. "You, Mr. Stark, are something rather more difficult to categorize." She looked at him for a moment. "I find that I prefer it that way." Harry smiled. "Me too, Professor." The dynamic between Harry and Snape built, over October, toward a confrontation that wasn't quite a confrontation. It was a Tuesday potions class, the class brewing a basic strengthening solution, and Snape had arrived in the particular mood that Slytherin seemed to treat as his baseline and Gryffindors treated as a weather warning. He moved through the class faster than usual, his commentary sharper. When he reached Harry's bench, he stood behind him for a moment, watching the thermal emitters read out on the iris display hovering above the Stark pad Harry was using as a notes surface. "Turn that off," Snape said. Harry looked up. "The temperature display or the notes?" "The display. I don't teach with floating numbers above the work. It helps me monitor, I'm aware of what it does," Snape said. "Turn it off. Use your senses." Harry looked at him for a moment. This was a test, not of the potion, but of whether he'd adapt. Whether he'd function without his tools as a crutch. It was, he recognized, a reasonable test, and one he was capable of passing. He closed the iris display. He brewed the second stage of the strengthening solution by smell and color and the sound of the liquid in the cauldron, the slight change in viscosity audible if you listened to how it moved, and Iris stayed quiet in his earpiece, because he hadn't asked for anything. He adjusted the heat by the color of the flame's base rather than the sensor readout. He timed the stirring by counting rather than the automatic interval Iris would have flagged. His potion came out correctly. Not as precisely as with the full sensor suite. But correctly. Snape looked into the cauldron for a long time. "Without the device," Snape said. "You can still brew." "Obviously," Harry said. "The tools make it more precise. They don't make it possible. That distinction matters." "I know it does." Snape moved away. When he posted the results on the board at the end of class, Harry's work was marked outstanding, which was the first time Snape had written that word next to a Gryffindor's name since McGonagall had told Harry he checked the records afterward. Snape had not been pleased to be observed checking. "He respects you," Hermione said, reviewing the board. "He respects the work," Harry corrected. With Snape that's the same thing. At the end of class, as students filed out, Snape said without looking up from the papers he was reviewing, Mr. Stark. A moment. Harry waited while the room emptied. Snape set the papers down and turned to face him with the full weight of his attention, which was considerable. Your father's technology, Snape said. The arc reactor. The analysis tool. He paused, choosing words with the care of someone who found imprecision offensive. You've applied it to potions work with results that exceed what I would have predicted. Thank you, Professor. It is not a compliment. It is an observation with implications I'm working through. He looked at Harry for a moment. The magical world has resisted external technological influence for 5 centuries on the grounds that magic is sufficient. Your presence here is a data point that challenges that position. Is that a problem for you? Harry asked. Not a challenge. Genuine curiosity. It is a complication, Snape said. One I find, a pause, the word clearly costing him something, interesting. So does Dumbledore find me interesting? Harry asked. Snape's expression did something sharp and fast. What makes you ask that? He watches me at meals. During the sorting he was calculating something. The medical file my dad submitted, the cardiac condition cover story, Madame Pomfrey told me when I checked in that Dumbledore had reviewed it personally. He doesn't do that for every student. Snape said nothing for a moment. Then, the headmaster has an investment in your well-being. In my well-being, Harry said. Or in what I represent. The silence this time was longer, and Snape was very still in it, and Harry had the distinct impression of being looked at by someone who was deciding how much to reveal. He is not your enemy, Snape said finally. I know that, Harry said. I also know he left me on a doorstep in November and wrote a letter explaining why someone else's child's future was his to decide. Those two things can both be true simultaneously. Snape's expression moved through something Harry didn't have enough data to fully decode, but which involved a quality he could only describe as recognition. Like Harry had said something that landed somewhere specific. Dismissed, Snape said. His voice was even. And Mr. Stark. Harry, at the door, looked back. The documentation on your thermal emitter, Snape said. I'm still expecting it. I'll have Iris generate a formal spec sheet, Harry said. See that you do. What nobody had adequately prepared Harry for was the social architecture of Gryffindor Common Room in October, which operated as its own distinct ecosystem with rules he had to learn empirically. The older students had a relationship with the first years that was a mix of benign authority and genuine interest, calibrated by house. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's twin older brothers, who shared a face and a frequency of existence that suggested reality found them faintly difficult to enforce, had identified Harry within the first week and taken a position of enthusiastic appreciation that manifested primarily as showing up at unexpected moments with experiments and propositions. They arrived on a Wednesday evening in October while Harry was in the common room working through a charms problem set, dropped into the chairs across from him simultaneously in the mirror image way they sometimes moved, and said in near unison, Harry Stark. Harry looked up. Fred. George. He knows which of us is which, Fred said to George. He always knows, George said to Fred. It's the sensor thing. Iris reads your biometrics, Harry confirmed. Slightly different baseline heart rate, Fred runs warmer than George by half a degree. Your energy signatures are distinct even though your faces aren't. A moment of silence. Then George said, we have a business proposition. We've been developing a product line, Fred said. Pranking supplies, novelty items, things the school doesn't know it needs yet. We're planning a proper shop one day. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, George said. We've had the name for 2 years. The problem, Fred said, is that some of our most ambitious prototypes require a level of material science expertise we don't currently. You want me to help with the chemistry, Harry said. They both looked at him. Yes, they said together. Harry considered this. The twins' work, he'd seen some of it, Ron had shown him a skiving snack box prototype that was based on a fairly clever principle of targeted digestive disruption, was fundamentally applied chemistry with magical catalysis. The same principle as everything else he'd studied here, magic as a modifier rather than the base mechanism. With proper material science, their prototypes could be significantly more effective and considerably more controllable, which was as much a safety concern as a performance one. "Show me what you're working on," he said. They laid it out. 12 different prototypes in various stages, 7 of which had significant engineering problems. Harry identified the issues in each one, described solutions, and watched the twins follow his analysis with impressive speed. They were not, he noted, as academically disengaged as their reputation suggested. They were bored by conventional coursework and engaged by applied problems, which was a completely different thing. "The skiving snack box needs a pH buffer in the secondary compound," Harry said. "Right now the effect cuts off too sharply and the recovery phase is uncomfortable because the pH drops below safe range for about 90 seconds. Add a weak carbonate buffer to the tail end of the formulation and you get a smooth recovery curve." Fred and George looked at each other. "We've been trying to fix that for 4 months, George said. "pH buffer," Fred said, writing it down. "What do you want in return?" George asked. Harry thought about it. "Information. You know this castle better than most. I want access to whatever you know about passages, rooms, wards, places that aren't on any official map." "Done," they said simultaneously, and immediately produced a piece of parchment from Fred's jacket that turned out to be the most comprehensive hand-drawn map of Hogwarts Harry had yet seen, annotated in 2 different handwritings, with passages marked and wards noted and several rooms labeled with descriptions that were both specific and creative. "We've also heard," Fred said, with the tone of a man approaching something significant, "that you flew against Malfoy in the flying lesson." "Without a broomstick," George added. "Yes," Harry said. "And caught the Remembrall." "Yes." "And McGonagall put you on the team." "Yes." The twins looked at each other with the combined expression of people who had just decided something important. "We're going to enjoy this year," Fred said. "Tremendously," George agreed. Hermione, watching this exchange from behind her book, looked up when they'd gone and said, "You just traded chemistry tutoring for intelligence access." "I also fixed their products," Harry said. Which was the right thing to do regardless. The snack box pH problem was a genuine safety issue. "But you led with the fix before the ask." "Yeah." "Why?" Harry looked at her. "Because they needed the fix more than I needed the information. And because trust compounds better when you give value first." Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she said, in her precise and honest way, "You're better at people than you look." "I look great with people," Harry said. "You look like someone who finds people interesting the way you find engineering problems interesting." "I do find people interesting the way I find engineering problems interesting." "And yet somehow it works," Hermione said, sounding genuinely puzzled by this, and went back to her book. Ron, from the armchair, didn't look up from the wizard chess game he was playing against himself, practicing, always practicing, because chess was the thing Ron Weasley was absolutely best at and he knew it, and said, "She means it as a compliment." "I know," Harry said. "Just checking." He moved a piece. The opposing pawn screamed. Ron told it to settle down. Above them, Hogwarts breathed in its ancient way, the fire in the common room warm and orange, the portraits on the walls shifting and murmuring, and outside the windows the grounds ran dark toward the forest where something moved at the tree line every night. Harry logged it, as he logged everything, patient and methodical and building toward the shape of the thing he could feel the castle keeping secret. In the dungeons below, Severus Snape sat at his desk and wrote a letter to no one, then burned it. He wrote a second letter that he did not burn, addressed to a name only he knew, which said, "It is not what you think. But it is also not nothing. He watches everything and understands most of what he sees. He will not be managed." And in the headmaster's office, above all of them, Albus Dumbledore sat with his fingertips together and looked at something no one else could see, which was the shape of a plan he'd made 11 years ago, and the ways in which it was no longer quite the plan he'd made. He was not worried. He was, he told himself, simply recalculating. He was, though he would not have admitted it, also something closer to impressed. Chapter 5, Troll in the Dungeon, and a Suit in the Air. Halloween at Hogwarts arrived like a performance. The Great Hall had been decorated with what Harry estimated were approximately 1,000 live bats cycling overhead in loose formations that Iris confirmed were magically coordinated, the flock moving as a single distributed system with no individual bat making independent navigational decisions. It was, from a systems perspective, fascinating. From any other perspective it was a lot of bats. The jack-o'-lanterns on every surface were enormous and their expressions kept changing, cycling through a range of emotional states that suggested either the enchantment had more personality parameters than strictly necessary, or Flitwick had been having fun with the design brief. Ron was enthusiastic about the food, which had arrived on the tables at dinner already constituting the most aggressive display of seasonal cuisine Harry had ever encountered. Hermione was less enthusiastic, having spent most of the day in the library working through a charms reading that she described that morning as incredibly interesting and also structurally flawed in 3 specific ways I'm going to document. She hadn't come to dinner. Harry noticed this around the first course and didn't say anything immediately, because Hermione losing track of meals while reading was well within her established behavioral range. By the second course he was keeping the seat beside him clear without actively thinking about it. By the time dessert appeared in the particular magical way dessert appeared, previous dishes simply becoming different dishes, a feat of conjuration Harry had now catalogued in enough detail to build a working theoretical model, he checked with Iris, who confirmed that Hermione's last recorded location was the 3rd floor girls' bathroom, time-stamped 40 minutes ago. Why is she in the bathroom? Ron asked, when Harry told him. He'd been working through a pile of something orange and caramel-colored with the dedication of a man on a deadline. She's not, Harry said. Iris doesn't have coverage inside the bathrooms. But she went in and hasn't come out, which means she's either been in there for 40 minutes or she left through a different route. There isn't a different route. Then she's still in there. Harry looked at the teacher's table. Which is odd. Maybe she's not feeling well. Maybe. He turned the thought over. Hermione's day had been, he ran the morning back. She'd been quiet at breakfast. Quieter than usual, which was a meaningful distinction. She'd been in charms when Lavender Brown had said something that Harry, from 2 seats away, hadn't caught the full content of, but which had produced a very controlled expression on Hermione's face that was one of her tells for being genuinely hurt and refusing to show it. He pulled out his phone under the table and sent her a message, "You coming to dinner?" No response. "Ron," Harry said. Ron looked up from his caramel thing. "What did Lavender say to her this morning?" Ron's expression went through a fast cycle of things. "In charms?" "Yeah. I don't know exactly. Something about, Hermione had corrected her wand position for the 3rd time in 2 classes and Lavender said," he stopped. "She said Hermione acted like she was the only one who knew anything. And that nobody had asked her to be the teacher." He looked down at his plate. "And I might have said something like Hermione was a nightmare and no one could stand her. Before I'd thought about it properly." Harry looked at him. "I know," Ron said quietly. "It was a bad thing to say." "Yeah. I felt bad about it immediately." "She heard you?" Ron's expression answered that. Harry stood up. He was already moving away from the table when the doors to the Great Hall burst open and Professor Quirrell came through them in a stumbling run, and what happened next happened fast. Quirrell reached the center of the hall, grabbed a table edge for support, and in a voice pitched perfectly to carry across every conversation, "Troll. In the dungeon." A pause, theatrical in its collapse, though Harry was watching his energy signature and the secondary layer under Quirrell's fear performance was completely still. "Calm. Thought you ought to know." And he fainted. The hall erupted. Not panic, exactly, more like 500 people simultaneously deciding whether to panic, which produced a noise that was 90% of panic with none of the coordination. Dumbledore's voice cut through it, "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." McGonagall and Snape were already moving for the doors, and several other professors were breaking off in different directions. Harry was not moving toward his dormitory. He was moving for the corridor. "Iris," he said, low and fast, stepping out of the tide of students heading the wrong way for his purposes. "Already on it. Scanning for magical creature signatures." The troll would register as a large dense energy mass with low magical output. They're not inherently magical, but they interact with ambient fields in a characteristic way. A pause. "Got it. Sub-basement level, moving north. Currently in the dungeons, approaching the junction below the girls' bathroom block." "Hermione's still in that bathroom?" "Yes." Harry moved. He went fast through corridors that were emptying as students funneled toward their common rooms, running the route from the twins' annotated map that he'd memorized 3 weeks ago, a servant's passage behind the tapestry near the charms corridor that cut 2 floors without using the staircases, emerging in a utility corridor 20 meters from the bathroom block. He was running the armor deployment sequence as he moved, not the full suit, but the configuration he'd used for the flying lesson plus the full gauntlet, because partial protection was better than none and he didn't want to announce a fully armored 11-year-old running through Hogwarts on Halloween to anyone who wasn't the immediate problem. He came out of the servant's passage into the corridor and the smell hit him first, something dense and biological and old, like the bottom of something that rarely got light. Iris confirmed it, troll, 8 meters away and around the corner. The bathroom door was closed. Harry stopped outside it. "Hermione," he said, loud enough to carry through the door. A startled sound from inside. Then, "Harry. There's a troll about to come around that corner. I need you to stay in there." A pause. Then Hermione's voice, controlled but with something tightly wound underneath it, "I know there's a troll. I can hear it. The walls are vibrating when it walks. Then we understand each other. Stay inside and move to the far wall." He turned to face the corridor. The troll came around the corner. Harry had done his reading on trolls. There was an excellent chapter in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, but reading about something that stands 12 feet tall and is built like a biology experiment that prioritized mass over everything else is experientially incomplete preparation for the actual thing. It was carrying a club the size of a small tree. Its face occupied by an expression of pure absent aggression, like violence was its resting state. It was, by Iris's assessment, approximately 1.2 metric tons. It looked at Harry. Harry looked at it. "Full gauntlet active," Iris said. "Repulsor charged. Armor partial, boot and forearm components deployed. I'd recommend the muting mode given the confined space." "Agreed." The troll swung the club. Harry stepped sideways, and the club hit the wall where he'd been with a crack that sent chunks of stone skittering across the floor, and in the space that opened up as the troll's arm extended past its target Harry fired the right gauntlet repulsor at 40%, not trying to blast through the creature, targeting the joint of its club hand, the specific mechanical point where interrupting the grip would disarm it. The repulsor hit. The club went sideways. The troll's hand spasmed around empty air. It turned on Harry with the simplicity of something that didn't have enough processing capacity for frustration, just reorientation, the pure reflex of a large thing responding to a stimulus. It swung again with its free hand, an enormous backhand sweep. Harry went up. The boot repulsors took him to ceiling height in under a second, the familiar pressure of the lift, and the troll's hand moved through empty air below him. From the ceiling he had a different problem. The corridor was not designed for a 12-foot troll, and the creature's head was maybe 4 feet below him, and it was looking up with its small eyes, and Harry was thinking fast. "Structural integrity of the ceiling?" he asked. "Sufficient for your weight, but I wouldn't recommend the troll running into the support columns at speed." "What's behind that wall?" He indicated the north wall with a glance. "Utility space. Empty." Harry fired both gauntlets at the troll's back, not at full power, not trying to hurt it, trying to push it. The repulsor burst hit between the shoulder blades and the troll stumbled forward into the wall across from the bathroom, hitting it with enough impact that the stones cracked, and the club, which it had somehow retrieved from the floor, went through the wall into the utility space. The troll looked at the hole it had made, and then at Harry, and the hierarchy of its interest appeared to reorganize. Harry came down from the ceiling, landed between the troll and the bathroom door, and ran a rapid assessment. What he needed was something that would contain the creature without the corridor becoming a full structural casualty, because Hogwarts was 1,000 years old and he'd rather not be responsible for a wall collapse. The club, Iris said. Through the hole in the wall. If the troll follows the club, it needs to want to go through the wall. It needs to want to go through the wall. Harry reached into the pouch on his belt. He'd started carrying a small equipment kit after the first week, because Hermione had looked at him one morning and said, "You improvise well but preparation is better," and she wasn't wrong, and pulled out 2 electromagnetic pulse capsules the size of marbles, modified to produce a strong localized effect rather than the broader burst their default configuration achieved. He set the frequency to approximately match the magical field density the troll's body produced, on the theory that something dense with a low magical output would perceive a strong magnetic field disruption as a threat or a stimulus. He threw one past the troll, through the hole in the wall, into the utility space. The troll's head snapped around like a compass needle toward north. It went through the wall. Harry fired both repulsors at the edge of the hole, not at the troll but at the structural load-bearing points of the wall section immediately beside the hole, the places Iris had identified as the stress concentrations, delivering a targeted burst that collapsed the compromised section inward. The wall came down with a sound like 100 chairs falling simultaneously, and the pile of rubble across the hole was not going to stop the troll forever but it was going to stop it for long enough. Harry turned to the bathroom door. Hermione was already opening it. She stood in the doorway with her wand out. She'd had it ready, Harry noted, the grip confident even if her hands weren't entirely steady, and she looked at Harry, and then at the wall where the troll had been, and then at Harry again. "You collapsed the wall," she said. "The troll collapsed the wall first. I finished the job." That's a structural distinction that probably matters for the insurance but I'm not sure it matters morally. "Are you okay?" She looked at herself, briefly, like checking. "Yes. Yes." She looked up. "The troll, contained. For now. The professors will deal with it." Harry looked at her. "Ron said something this morning. That he shouldn't have said." Something moved across Hermione's face, not surprise, because Hermione didn't do surprise without evidence, but something that had been braced against and then didn't need to be. "I know he didn't mean it the way he did mean it," Harry said. "But he knows it was wrong and he feels genuinely bad. There's a difference between what you say in a moment and what you believe, and Ron's a person who means what he says when he's thought about it. He just hadn't thought about it yet." Hermione was very still for a moment. "You're defending him." "I'm being accurate about him. There's a difference." He glanced down the corridor. "We should move before the professors come looking and find us standing next to a troll-shaped hole in the dungeon wall. This is exactly the kind of moment I thought only happened in books," Hermione said, following him as he started moving. "Most moments are, until they happen to you." They were 50 meters from the bathroom and heading toward the main staircase when running footsteps came from the other direction, McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell rounding the far end of the corridor. McGonagall's wand was out and her expression was the expression of a woman who had been moving at speed toward a crisis and had arrived to find the crisis partially rearranged. She stopped. Looked at Harry. At Hermione. At the distant pile of rubble visible around the corner. "The troll is contained in the utility space beyond the north dungeon wall," Harry said. "I've blocked the hole temporarily. The block will hold for approximately 15 minutes before the troll figures out the angles." He looked at Snape, who had arrived with his wand drawn and his expression in its full default complexity. The structural damage to the dungeon wall was unavoidable given the available options. I have Iris's full sensor log of the encounter if a detailed report is needed. McGonagall said, in a voice that was doing several things simultaneously, Mr. Stark. What are you doing in the dungeons? Hermione was in the bathroom when the troll came through, Harry said. She couldn't get out. McGonagall looked at Hermione, who was standing with the straight-spine composure she used when she was managing something. McGonagall's expression did something complicated and quick. Miss Granger, she said. Are you injured? No, Professor. How did you come to be in the bathroom during the evacuation? Hermione opened her mouth. Harry said, smoothly, she wasn't feeling well. She left before the announcement and didn't hear the evacuation. It's my fault, I should have checked on her sooner. Hermione looked at him with an expression he couldn't fully categorize. McGonagall looked between them. She was too intelligent not to know she was being given an edited version of events, and too fair to press it without better evidence. I see, she said. Both of you will return to the common room immediately. We will discuss this further. She glanced at Quirrell. Professor, if you could manage the creature. Quirrell, who had been standing at the edge of this exchange wearing his anxiety like clothing, made several agreeable sounds and moved off. Snape hadn't said a word. He was looking at Harry with the expression that contained more information than a conversation. As they moved away, McGonagall leading them at a pace that communicated her feelings about the evening very clearly, Hermione said quietly, without looking at Harry, you took the blame. I redirected the blame, Harry said. It landed on the situation rather than on you. Why? Harry thought about it honestly. Because being brilliant in a way that makes people uncomfortable is going to be your whole school career if you let it be. You don't need a detention added to it. Hermione was quiet for a long time as they walked. Then, I don't need you to protect me. I know. That's why it worked. She glanced at him sideways. That doesn't make logical sense. If I thought you needed protection, I would have done something different. I thought you were capable of handling the situation yourself and I still did it, which is different from deciding someone needs to be managed. He paused. I'm bad at some things. I'm good at that distinction. Hermione walked beside him for another 2 flights of stairs. Then she said, Ron should hear this. I already sent him a message. She stopped on the stairs and looked at him. You sent him a message during the troll encounter? In between the repulsor shots, yeah. He needed to know you were okay before he convinced himself of something worse. Hermione looked at him for a long moment with an expression Harry now recognized as the one she produced when he did something that defied her predictive model. It was, he'd come to understand, one of the highest forms of approval she offered. She started walking again. You're impossible, she said, warmly. I prefer improbable, Harry said. It's more accurate. Ron was at the portrait hole when they got back, which meant he'd been there for a while. He looked at Hermione with the specific expression of someone who had decided what they were going to say and was going to say it properly. I was a complete prat, Ron said. What I said this morning. I said it without thinking and I thought it immediately after and I should have said something then instead of. He stopped, recalibrated. I'm sorry. You're not a nightmare. You're brilliant and you know it and I said something horrible because I was embarrassed, and that's my problem, not yours. Hermione looked at him for a moment. Harry had learned that her pauses before responding weren't hesitation, she thought before she spoke, always, as a principle. Thank you, she said. For saying it properly. Harry made me practice it, Ron admitted. I sent notes, Harry said. He supplied the sincerity. Hermione looked between them. You're both idiots, she said. Come inside, I want to tell you about what I could hear through the bathroom wall when the troll was in the corridor. They went in, found the common room post-crisis buzzing with first years relaying second-hand versions of events that were already diverging from reality in entertaining ways, and settled in their corner by the fire. Fong the boarhound, who someone had let into the common room during the confusion and who had taken up residence near the hearth without anyone entirely knowing how he'd gotten there, put his head on Ron's lap and was accepted without comment. The troll's footsteps, Hermione said. It came from the dungeon staircase, which is at the north end of the corridor. It should have continued east if it was just moving randomly, that's the open corridor. Instead it turned and came directly toward the bathroom. Harry looked at her. Someone directed it, she said. Or someone let it in specifically near that location. Who let it in? Ron said. That's the question. Harry pulled out his Stark pad, opened Iris's sensor log from the hall at the moment of Quirrell's entrance. Quirrell. He let a troll into the school. Ron said. He announced it, Harry said. Which should have been alarming information, but it was delivered so dramatically that it functioned more as a distraction. In the 5 minutes before he came in, Iris logged him in the vicinity of the third-floor corridor. He turned the screen so they could see the movement log. He went near the ward configuration. The stone, Hermione said immediately. He used the troll to create a crisis that moved every professor in the building into emergency response mode. Harry looked at the log. It didn't work. Whatever he was looking for, he didn't get through the wards tonight. But he tried. He's going to try again, Ron said. Yes. Harry closed the Stark pad. And whatever protects the stone, the next time he goes for it, he'll have a better plan. Should we tell someone? Ron asked. Tell Dumbledore that his defense teacher is working for the dark wizard who killed Harry's parents, Hermione said. Based on sensor data from an AI that the wizarding world doesn't know exists. When you say it like that, Ron said. We keep watching, Harry said. We build the case. And we make sure that when he moves, we're ahead of it. He looked at both of them. The three of us. Hermione looked at him. You want us involved? You're already involved, Harry said. You've been involved since the train. The only question is whether we're doing it informed or uninformed. Ron put his hand out over the center of their group, which was the most theatrical gesture Ron Weasley had produced since Harry'd known him and was therefore significant. Informed, he said. Harry looked at the hand. Then he reached out and put his on it, the gauntlet hand, the faint blue of Iris's interface light running along the bracer. Hermione looked at both of them and said, "This is very dramatic," and put her hand on top. For the record, Iris said in Harry's ear, warmly, "I'm counting this as a formal team designation in my logs." "You would," Harry said. "I've already assigned threat assessment roles and optimized the communication protocols," she said. Hermione's primary research and pattern analysis. Ron is institutional knowledge and tactical instinct. Your field response and systems integration. Did you ask any of us? You'd all have agreed. Harry smiled. Above them the fire in the common room crackled, and the bats outside the tower windows wheeled against the Halloween sky, and somewhere below in the dungeons the professors were dealing with a troll that had been used as a pawn by someone pretending to be nervous and ordinary. The next morning brought two things: 5 points taken from Gryffindor for Harry and Hermione being out of the common room during a crisis, and a conversation with McGonagall that was the most precisely double-edged exchange Harry had had with an authority figure since Tony Stark had once simultaneously praised and grounded him for a workshop incident involving an accidental repulsor discharge in a car. McGonagall called him into her office after breakfast. It was a spare room with a tartan traveling blanket draped over one chair and a fire that burned hot and even, and she stood behind her desk with her hands folded on its surface. "Sit down, Mr. Stark." He sat. "I'm going to say something that I want you to hear accurately," McGonagall said. "Not as a criticism and not as approval. Simply as an accurate observation." "All right," Harry said. "What you did last night was genuinely dangerous, moderately reckless, and in all reasonable probability saved Miss Granger from serious injury." She paused. "The choice you made to be honest about the device's capabilities and offer Iris's sensor log was the correct instinct. The choice you made to stay when students were being evacuated was not, as a policy position, something I can endorse. But you understand why I did it, Harry said. I understand it completely, McGonagall said. Understanding it and endorsing it are different things. She looked at him over her glasses. The points will stand. The conversation ends here. She opened a drawer, placed a piece of parchment on the desk, slid it toward him. The practice schedule for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Oliver Wood has been lobbying me since Tuesday for a team meeting slot. You'll report to him this afternoon. Harry looked at the schedule. Then back at McGonagall. Can I ask you something? You generally do regardless of permission, she observed. The professors who contributed to the wards on the 3rd floor. One of them is you. I recognize your field signature from Transfiguration. Flitwick's there too. He kept his voice neutral, informational rather than accusatory. Did Dumbledore ask you to contribute without telling you the full context of what you were protecting? McGonagall was very still. I'm not asking to be difficult, Harry said. I'm asking because if the person who wants what's behind those wards is already inside the school, then the people who built the protection should know that. She looked at him for a long moment. Something moved in her expression that he filed under things she has been thinking about and has not yet resolved. The headmaster has his reasons for the choices he makes, she said finally. That's not a no, Harry said. No, she said. It isn't. She gestured at the door. Your schedule, Mr. Stark. He took it and left. Oliver Wood's explanation of Quidditch took 45 minutes and could have been compressed to 15, but Wood delivered it with the passion of a person for whom this was not a sport but a calling, and Harry found that kind of conviction worth listening to even when the information density didn't require the time. Wood was a 3rd year with a build that suggested he'd spent his summers outdoors doing strenuous things, and he talked about Quidditch tactics the way Tony talked about propulsion physics, in the specific vocabulary of someone who had thought about this longer than was strictly necessary. The seeker position, Wood explained, was singular. 7 players, 3 chasers managing the quaffle through the scoring hoops, 2 beaters controlling the bludgers, 1 keeper guarding the hoops. And 1 seeker, operating independently of the score, whose single objective was to find and catch the golden snitch, a small, fast, autonomous object that ended the game and awarded 150 points. The snitch is about an inch in diameter, Wood said. It moves at speeds up to 150 miles per hour. It has evasion intelligence, it avoids capture actively. The seeker's job is to find it before the other team's seeker and take it. Everything else in the game is secondary to that. Harry had listened to this and thought about it the way he thought about engineering problems, from the requirements backward to the solution. The snitch was a fast, smart, evasive target moving in 3-dimensional space. Catching it required superior tracking, superior speed, and the ability to outthink the evasion algorithm. Iris has a targeting system built for moving objects in 3-dimensional space, Harry said. Full sensor coverage, predictive trajectory modeling. I can track the snitch before I can see it if it's within sensor range. Wood had stared at him. Before you can see it. The sensor range extends about 80 meters in clear conditions. If the snitch comes within that range, Iris flags it and I get a targeting overlay. You'll always know where it is. Not always. Sensor conditions vary. Rain reduces range. Magical interference affects the signal. But in normal conditions, yes. Wood had been silent for approximately 10 seconds. Then he said, with great feeling, where have you been my whole Quidditch career? California, Harry said. Right. Wood shook himself. Okay. We practice Tuesday and Thursday mornings. You work on your maneuvering, you're good in straight lines but I want to see how you handle rapid directional changes under pressure. I've been working on that. I want to see it. Wood looked at him with the evaluating gaze of a captain deciding whether a new player was going to solve a problem or create one. You're going to have bludgers come at you. The other team's beater will target you specifically once they understand you're using tech instead of a broom, they'll try to force you into defensive maneuvers so you lose snitch tracking. Bludgers are iron balls moving at speed in a predictable ballistic arc, Harry said. They're not faster than my targeting system. They're also enchanted to try to hurt people. So I won't let them. Wood nodded slowly. Okay, he said. Yeah. Okay. He clapped his hands together in the way of someone who was genuinely excited and had just decided to be professionally managed about it. Tuesday morning. 6 a.m. 6 a.m., Harry confirmed. He told Ron and Hermione at dinner. Ron's response was immediate and enthusiastic. His older brothers were all Quidditch players and the sport lived in his blood in the straightforward way things did with Ron when they mattered. He immediately began producing tactical advice that was, Harry noted, actually good. Ron saw Quidditch the same way he saw wizard chess, as a spatial problem with multiple simultaneous variables, and he was excellent at multiple simultaneous variables when the medium suited him. Hermione's response was to pull out a notebook and start writing down Quidditch rules, because Hermione's version of enthusiasm was always, first I need to fully understand the system. She's writing down Quidditch rules, Iris observed. I know. Ron's drawing a tactical diagram on a napkin. I know. You have two people who have decided your success matters to them, Iris said. That's not nothing. No, Harry said, watching them. It's not. He called Tony after dinner, sitting on the windowsill of the dormitory with the grounds dark and cold below and his knees pulled up, his phone warm in his hand. Tony answered in the middle of what sounded like a workshop session, the particular background of machinery he never fully turned off. The troll situation, Tony said. Jarvis pulled the flagged sensor logs. Walk me through it. Harry walked him through it, the troll, the containment, the wall, Hermione. Tony listened without interrupting, which was how Tony listened when he was paying the most attention, the absence of commentary being the sign of real engagement rather than the opposite. When Harry finished, Tony said, the wall collapse was a good call. You prioritized containment over aesthetics. The wall wasn't load-bearing at that point. Iris told me. Still, quick read on the structural dynamics. A pause. Hermione. Yeah. She good? She's fine. She's writing down Quidditch rules right now. Sounds like she's fine. Another pause, shorter. The troll was a distraction. Yeah. Quirrell. Yeah. The silence from Tony's end had a specific quality, the working silence, the one that meant he was turning something over. Harry. The double signature Iris flagged. I've been running it against everything Jarvis has on known energy types. The closest match in the database is, it's complex. I need you to get closer to Quirrell. Not in a way that alerts him. I need a full proximity scan. Close enough that Iris can map the full signature of that secondary field. How close? Under 3 meters. With the full sensor array active. That's a class-setting range. I know. He'll feel the scan. Not if Iris runs it below his detection threshold. I've worked out a passive sampling protocol, it takes longer but the field emissions stay below what a human magical system would register as a scan. It'll look like ambient field noise. Tony paused. I have a theory about what that signature is. I'm not ready to say it until I have the confirmation data. How close is the theory to what I'm thinking? Harry asked. Tony was quiet for a moment. How close are you to what I'm thinking? The second signature has its own emotional valence, Harry said. Separate from Quirrell's fear performance. When Quirrell says something specific about the dark arts in class, the secondary field has a response that's independent of Quirrell's surface behavior. It's like two people in a room and only one of them is performing. Tony was very still on the line. Get me that scan, he said quietly. As soon as you can. And Harry, I know. No, listen to me. Be careful. Not because I think you can't handle this. Because whatever the second signature is, if my theory is right, a pause, unusual for Tony. It's been there for 11 years. It's been patient for 11 years. Don't give it a reason to stop being patient. Harry looked out the window at the dark grounds, the forest's edge, the sky full of November stars. Okay, he said. Okay, Tony said. They stayed on the line for another few minutes without saying much, Tony's workshop sounds in the background, the distant sound of the wind against Hogwarts towers, two people on opposite sides of the Atlantic who'd chosen each other 11 years ago out of an event nobody had planned, and had not, for a single day, regretted it. When Harry hung up, he looked at the window for a while longer. Harry, Iris said. Yeah. The passive scan protocol your father described. I've already adapted it. The next defense class is Thursday. I know. I'll be ready. I know, he said. Me too. Below, the grounds were dark and the forest held its secrets, and somewhere in the castle a man with a turban and a stutter was not what he appeared to be, and somewhere inside the third-floor ward something old and powerful waited, and Harry Stark sat in his window and thought about patience and timing and the difference between knowing what something is and being ready for what it means. He was patient. He was also 11 years old, with an AI in his ear and a reactor on his chest and a father who had once looked at a car battery and a box of scraps in a cave in Afghanistan and built something that kept him alive. He came from good problem-solving stock. Chapter 6, the chess match. The first Quidditch match of the season was Gryffindor vs Slytherin, which Ron explained was not just the first match but the match, the one that set the social temperature of the entire year, that determined which house walked the corridors with a particular ease and which one spent November recalculating its dignity. It had historical weight and current stakes and the specific intensity of something both teams had been thinking about since September. Harry had been thinking about it for different reasons. Lucius Malfoy was coming. Draco had mentioned it once, casually, in the particular way he mentioned things he considered important while maintaining the performance of not considering them important. His father was on the board of governors. He attended the first match every year. He would be watching. Harry had filed this under active variable and run his planning from there. The 2 weeks before the match were full. Quidditch practice at 6 in the morning, twice a week, which Harry arrived at with coffee from a French press he'd installed in the dormitory using a small heating element Tony had shipped in a package labeled school supplies that also contained 3 upgraded sensor modules, a recalibrated iris processing chip, and a note that said, "Coffee because mornings are still mornings even at wizard school. New sensor modules because I've been thinking about the Quirrell problem. Love, Dad. P.S. Pepper says eat vegetables." Oliver Wood had clocked Harry's maneuvering in the first practice, said nothing critical, and then redesigned his entire practice structure for the following session, which Harry took as the most honest form of coaching response available. By the third practice Harry was running Iris's predictive trajectory modeling against Wood's test snitch, a training device that moved at 60% the real snitch's speed, and his intercept rate was 91% in clear conditions, 78% in simulated adverse weather. The other team members were Katie Bell, Alicia Spinner, Angelina Johnson, Fred, George, and Wood himself in goal. They were good. The chasers moved with the practiced economy of people who'd been flying since they could walk, and the twins as beaters were creative and slightly alarming in their enthusiasm for redirecting heavy iron balls at high velocity. They'd welcomed Harry without drama, which he'd expected from Fred and George and had appreciated from the others. The real development that preceded the match was the scan. Defense against the dark arts on Thursday. Quirrell covering the theoretical basis of shield charms, defensive magic, his stated specialty, which given everything Harry knew about him was so deeply ironic it bordered on performance art. The class settled into its rows, and Harry chose his seat with the particular care of someone who'd run the geometry in advance, second row, center, which put him at approximately 2.3 meters from Quirrell's standing position at the front of the room. Close enough. He'd run the passive sampling protocol 3 times in practice on Iris's internal test system and the results had been clean, no emission spikes, full plausible deniability signature, indistinguishable from ambient magical field noise at the detection threshold of any human magical sensor. Tony had reviewed the protocol, suggested 2 refinements, reviewed it again. The class began. Iris opened the scan without announcement, the passive array running its long-form sampling, building the picture of the secondary signature one data layer at a time with the patience of something that didn't get bored. Quirrell talked about shield charm theory. He asked questions. Harry answered one, about the relationship between shield density and caster intent, which was genuinely interesting and which Quirrell's eyes lingered on for a beat too long after Harry gave the answer. The secondary signature pulsed when Harry spoke. It wasn't dramatic. Not even visible in the ambient sensor read without the enhanced protocol. But Iris caught it and flagged it immediately in Harry's earpiece. Secondary signature shows a distinct response to your voice. Not to other students' voices. Specifically yours. The response pattern is, a pause, which from Iris meant the data was doing something unexpected. I need to finish the full scan. Keep talking to him. Harry raised his hand. Quirrell called on him. Harry asked a follow-up about the theoretical basis of shield charms versus the theoretical basis of deflection-type wards, which was a real question he was genuinely interested in, and Quirrell answered it with the fluency of someone who actually knew defense at a high level beneath the performance. The secondary signature pulsed again. Stronger this time. And Iris said, very quietly, Harry. Yeah. Full scan complete. Sending data to Jarvis now. A pause. I know what the second signature is. The class continued around him. Quirrell wrote something on the board. Neville copied it carefully. Ron was drawing something in the margins of his notes. Tell me, Harry said. The secondary energy signature, Iris said, matches in every measurable parameter the residual magical field present in your scar's energy profile. Harry kept his face completely still. It's the same entity, Iris said. Whatever made that mark on you, whatever killed your parents and tried to kill you. It's in this room. It's been in every defense class we've attended. It's, another pause. Harry, it's been in the turban this whole time. The back of Quirrell's head. The turban wrapped always carefully, always present, the garlic smell that hadn't been about vampires at all. Tell Dad, Harry said. Already sending. He sat through the rest of defense against the dark arts in complete stillness, taking clean notes, answering 2 more questions, and not allowing a single thing he was thinking to reach his face. At the end of class he walked out into the corridor, waited until the student flow had passed him, and stood in an alcove with the stone at his back. He was sharing a building with Voldemort. Not the ghost of him, not the lingering memory, the actual entity, whatever form it had taken, parasitically occupying Quirinus Quirrell's body and spending every Tuesday and Thursday in a classroom teaching children how to defend themselves against the dark arts. He texted Tony, confirmed. Call me. The phone rang in 30 seconds. Tony's voice was controlled in a way that meant he'd already known, had already done the work of getting his reaction to a manageable state before Harry called. I saw the data, Tony said. Yeah. He's been in the building since September. Since September, Harry confirmed. Iris has logs from the first class. The signature's been consistent. He's weakened, the secondary field is significantly lower in intensity than your baseline measurements from my scar's energy profile. But he's stable. He's stable because he's using Quirrell as a host, Tony said. He doesn't have a body. He's running on someone else's. A pause. Jarvis has finished the full comparative analysis. The scar and the secondary signature aren't just similar, the energy pattern is a fragment. Like a piece of code running on a foreign machine. Part of him ended up in me, Harry said. Yes. Harry leaned against the stone wall. The castle moved around him, students between classes, laughter from an upper corridor. All of it normal, all of it proceeding without any knowledge of this conversation. The stone, Harry said. If he gets it, the elixir of life. He uses it to rebuild. He gets a body and all of whatever he's lost, and the fragment in your scar doesn't matter anymore because he doesn't need it. So we keep him from the stone. You keep him from the stone, Tony said. And Harry, I know. I'm coming for the match. You're, what? I'm coming for the Quidditch match. I've been planning it for 2 weeks. I've also been in contact with someone, a magical contact, don't ask yet, about some of this. I'll brief you in person. You have a magical contact. I have many kinds of contacts. Some of them are magical. This one's been helpful. A pause. Pepper's coming too. She wants to see the castle. It's a school, not a tourist. She says she's emotionally invested and I'm not going to win that one. Harry felt something loosen in his chest that he hadn't realized was tight. Okay, he said. The match is the 14th. I know when the match is. I've known since McGonagall filed the schedule with the administration and Jarvis found it in the school's external communication records. You hacked the school's communications. Jarvis politely accessed publicly accessible administrative records. The distinction matters for how I feel about myself. A brief pause. Be careful between now and the match. Don't poke at Quirrell. I know. I mean it. You're in a building with something that has been waiting for 11 years and has reasons to be interested in you specifically. Don't give it a reason to move early. I'm not going to antagonize a Dark Lord, Dad. I know you're not trying to. I know you also have a certain approach to conversations that sometimes antagonizes people who weren't expecting to be. I'll be careful, Harry said. Thank you. A pause that lasted exactly the right length. You're doing well, kid. I know, Harry said, and hung up before his voice could do anything embarrassing. The morning of the Quidditch match arrived under a low gray sky with wind that had an edge to it, the kind of November air that was honest about its intentions. The stands around the pitch were full before the match started. Hogwarts apparently had no concept of casual attendance. Every student, every staff member, and a scattering of visiting adults packed into the wooden stands with their house colors and their opinions. Harry spotted Tony and Pepper from the air during warm-up. Tony was in the Gryffindor section because of course he was, wearing a dark jacket and no house colors but holding a cup of something hot that steamed in the cold, standing with the easy authority of a man who owned every room he'd ever been in and had decided to extend this to Quidditch stands. He was talking to a small, sandy-haired man beside him who Harry didn't recognize, both of them looking at the pitch with the focused attention of people discussing something technical. Pepper was in an emerald coat that had nothing to do with Slytherin and everything to do with Pepper having her own opinions about color, sitting 3 rows up from Tony with a scarf that she'd apparently found somewhere, looking at the castle with the expression she got when she was genuinely moved by something beautiful. She waved when she saw Harry in the air. He dipped slightly in acknowledgement, the way he might have with the suit, and Iris logged her smile as a separate data point under emotional register, positive. Lucius Malfoy was in the Slytherin section. Harry had mapped his position before he'd mapped Tony's because Lucius was the active variable. He was tall, silver-haired, dressed in robes that conveyed their quality without needing to announce it, carrying a walking stick that Iris flagged immediately. The magical signature from it was distinct, and the configuration matched Iris's model of a concealment enchantment over a secondary object. A wand inside the stick. He stood apart from the other Slytherin parents in the way that people stand apart when they've decided they're adjacent to the group rather than of it. Draco was below, in Slytherin robes, watching the pitch. Watching Harry specifically. His father's hand had rested briefly on his shoulder when he'd arrived and Draco had held himself differently for a full minute afterward. Harry filed all of it and rose to his warm-up altitude. Madame Hooch conducted the pre-match briefing at ground level, rules Harry had memorized, protocols he understood. The Slytherin Seeker was a 4th-year named Terrence Higgs, experienced, competent, flying a Nimbus 1700 that Iris assessed as the fastest currently available commercial broom. Harry was wearing his partial flight configuration plus the full gauntlet. No Nimbus. No broomstick at all. The Slytherin team had looked at him during the handshake and said nothing, which was more telling than commentary. "Ready?" Wood asked, hovering beside him. "Been ready," Harry said. Hooch released the balls. Bludgers shot into the sky. The snitch spun and vanished in the grey air. The quaffle went up. The game opened. Gryffindor took the quaffle immediately. Angelina's hands were fast and she moved toward the Slytherin hoops with the chasers working their triangle pattern that Wood had drilled until it was automatic. Harry moved up and out, climbing to his preferred seeker altitude, the iris sensor suite sweeping continuously. The snitch was not immediately within sensor range. Harry circled, keeping his elevation high, tracking the bludger positions. Fred and George were managing them with the cheerful aggression of people who found this genuinely fun, and watching Higgs below him. The Slytherin seeker was doing what experienced seekers did, watching Harry more than watching for the snitch. The theory being that a less experienced seeker might lead an experienced one to the snitch by reacting to it first. Iris was watching Higgs watching Harry and found this professionally tidy. 7 minutes in, the snitch entered Iris's sensor range. North stand, 40 meters up, moving east along the stand's outer edge. Speed approximately 90 miles per hour, current trajectory stable. Harry didn't move immediately. He held his position, ran a 3-second projection of the snitch's trajectory, and identified where it would be in 11 seconds if it held course. It held course for 8. Then it dropped, sharply, down toward the pitch surface, and Harry was already moving, had started moving 2 seconds before the drop based on the trajectory model, diving with the boot repulsors at full acceleration, cutting a line that wasn't toward where the snitch was but toward where the snitch was going to be when he arrived. The crowd noise changed, the particular register of a crowd reacting to a seeker making a move. Higgs saw him go and followed on instinct, which was the natural reaction and the wrong one because Higgs was following Harry's line rather than reading the snitch independently, which meant Higgs was always going to be a fraction behind. Harry leveled out 6 feet above the pitch surface, hand extended, and the snitch flew directly into his path. He closed his hand around it. 7 minutes and 40 seconds. The stands made a sound like a physical event. Wood was shouting something from the hoop's end. The twins were performing some kind of aerial celebration maneuver that Hooch was going to have opinions about later. Harry hovered, 6 feet off the ground, the snitch's wings fluttering against his palm, the gold catching the grey November light, and he opened his hand to show it to Hooch because that was the protocol, and she blew her whistle. Gryffindor, 170 points to 0. He came down slowly, and the team came to him, Wood with the expression of a man who had just witnessed a personal religious experience, the twins attempting to lift him by the shoulders, which was physically interesting given the repulsors, Angelina and Katie and Alicia producing a volume of celebration noise that the cold air carried across the entire pitch. Through the crowd noise, Harry looked at the Slytherin stands. Lucius Malfoy was watching him with an expression that was very still, very precise, and not at all connected to the outcome of the match. He was looking at the gauntlet. At the iris interface. At the arc of Harry's descent, the boot configuration, the technical signature of what Harry had just done. Taking inventory. Draco, beside him, was watching with a different expression, something that had almost resolved into something genuine before the careful neutrality closed back over it. Tony was in the Gryffindor section, standing now, the cup of something hot apparently forgotten, with an expression Harry recognized from workshop sessions when a prototype performed better than the model had predicted. The sandy-haired man beside him was saying something and Tony was nodding without looking at him because his eyes were on Harry and his expression was the one he didn't perform for anyone, the one that lived under all the other expressions, that Harry had learned to read from approximately 3 years old. Harry put the snitch in his pocket and went to find him. The post-match meeting happened in a side room near the pitch that Hagrid had unlocked. Hagrid, who had also been at the match and had produced a sound at Harry's catch that had caused the people around him to step back involuntarily. Tony and Pepper arrived first. Pepper hugged him immediately, which Harry accepted with the ease of someone who had been receiving Pepper Potts hugs for 11 years and had strong feelings about their quality. Tony put his hand on Harry's head for a moment in the way he'd done since Harry was small, and then stepped back and said, good intercept. The prepositioning was clean. Iris ran the trajectory model. You trusted the model early enough to position correctly. That's not Iris. That's judgment. Tony looked at him properly, taking the full inventory the way he did when he'd been away, running the full assessment. You're taller. Dad. 2 inches minimum since September. Yes, probably. Eat more protein. I eat plenty of. The sandy-haired man came in behind Tony and closed the door. Up close, Harry could see he was older than he'd looked from the air, late 60s, perhaps, with keen eyes and a face that had spent a lot of time outdoors and had the quality of someone who had been in genuinely difficult situations and had come out the other side with specific opinions about them. This is Alastair Moody, Tony said. Retired Auror. He's been consulting with me on the Quirrell situation. Harry looked at Moody. Moody looked at Harry with the kind of look that didn't bother with surface assessment and went straight to what it was evaluating. Constant vigilance, Moody said, at a volume that suggested he'd stopped calibrating for indoor spaces. I'm familiar with the concept, Harry said. My sensor array runs continuous ambient monitoring. Moody stared at him for a moment. Then made a sound that might have been the closest he got to approval. Tony said you were sharp. Scanning Quirrell without tipping him. That's better than half the Aurors I trained. I had good protocol design, Harry said. And Iris. The AI. Moody's eyes, one of which, Harry noted, moved independently of the other in a way that suggested it was not the eye he'd been born with, tracked to the gauntlet. What does she see that Auror-trained senses miss? Non-magical phenomena, Harry said. Biometric tells, electromagnetic variations, the parts of the signal that magic doesn't produce and therefore magical senses aren't calibrated to detect. Quirrell's secondary signature has a biometric component, a body temperature difference at the back of his skull, roughly 0.8 degrees warmer than the surrounding tissue. Nothing that a wand-based diagnostic would find. Iris caught it in week 2. Moody looked at Tony. You built that. We built it together, Tony said. The architecture's mine. The calibration for magical field interaction is Harry's. 12 years old, 11, Harry said. And he's the one who spotted the most dangerous dark wizard of the century hiding in a turban. Moody sat down, heavily, and put a flask on the table that he did not open in a gesture suggesting it was there for reassurance rather than use. All right. What do you know? Harry gave him the full brief, everything, from the first anomalous sensor reading on the train to the complete scan data from Thursday's class. Moody listened without interrupting, which Harry found respectful. Tony watched Harry give the brief with his arms crossed and his face neutral, which was how Tony looked when he was proud of something and didn't think the moment required him to say it. He's not going through those wards easily, Moody said when Harry finished. But he's going to try. The troll was a test, see what defenses mobilize, where the gaps are. He looked at Harry. He knows you're here. The secondary signature reacts to my voice, Harry said. In class. Not to other students. Moody was quiet for a moment. He can sense you. The fragment in my scar, Harry said. Iris's model is that there's a reciprocal resonance. The piece of him that's in me responds to the piece of him that's in Quirrell. Tony's jaw was doing the thing it did when he was processing something he didn't like and was managing it with effort. So he knows Harry's here, Pepper said, from the corner where she'd been listening quietly. Pepper's quality in a crisis had always been to gather information completely before speaking, and when she spoke it was always the question that mattered. And Harry can sense him. Yes, Harry said. Then he has a reason to move before he's ready, she said. He'd rather act under his own timeline than wait for Harry to do exactly what we just did, Tony said. Brief a retired Auror with enough evidence to go to the ministry. Moody's expression shifted into something complex. Going to the ministry is not as straightforward as, I know it isn't, Tony said. I'm aware of what Fudge's office looks like from a political structure perspective. I've read everything publicly available on the ministry's leadership, and I've read some things that aren't publicly available, which Jarvis will not confirm or deny. He looked at Moody. Explain the constraint. Fudge doesn't want to believe Voldemort is back, Moody said. In any form. If I go to him with evidence that Voldemort is inhabiting a professor at Hogwarts, his first response will be to question the evidence, then to question me, then to call Dumbledore, who will say he's monitoring the situation. Dumbledore knows, Harry said. Everyone in the room looked at him. The stone's here because he brought it here, Harry said. He knows Voldemort is after it. He built the wards knowing what they're protecting against. He knows Quirrell is the threat, maybe not the specifics of the possession, but the connection. He's known all of this and he's been managing it. He paused. He's been managing me as part of it. Tony said nothing. His expression said enough. He wanted me here this year, Harry said. He could have redirected the letter, sent it to a magical guardian, explained the situation, argued for a different arrangement. Instead, the standard intake process ran and the letter came to me. Because he wanted me at the school, in proximity to the stone and whatever comes for it. He looked at his hands. He planned for me to be part of whatever happens at the end of this. That's, Ron, who had been in the corner with Hermione and had clearly been wanting to say something for several minutes, finally produced it. That's an absolutely terrible thing for a headmaster to do. It's an absolutely rational thing for a chess player to do, Hermione said, and her voice was precise and cold in the way it got when she was genuinely angry. He's been moving pieces. Harry is one of the pieces. He doesn't know what the pieces can do, Harry said. And then, because it was true and it mattered, that's his mistake. Moody was watching Harry with both eyes now, the independent one having settled into something approximating parallel focus. You're not afraid of him, he said. Dumbledore. He's an old man who made a decision about my life when I was 1 year old and has been living with the consequences of that decision for 11 years while I was growing up on the other side of the Atlantic with a man who raised me to think for myself. Harry met Moody's gaze steadily. I respect what he's built here. I respect what he's accomplished. I don't respect the parts where he decided I was a resource rather than a person. He paused. But I don't need to be afraid of him to manage him. A silence. Tony uncrossed his arms. Alastair. The ministry option. Too slow, Moody said. Too unreliable. If Voldemort moves before Fudge acts, which he will, the opportunity closes. So we work the problem directly, Tony said. Quirrell moves, and Harry is the response, Hermione said. It wasn't a question. She'd already mapped it. No, Tony said immediately. Harry is not, Dad. Harry looked at him. We've been over this. You're 11 years old and the thing you'd be walking into is something that already tried to kill me once and failed, Harry said. And that was without the reactor, without Iris, without 11 years of you. He held Tony's gaze. I'm the most prepared person in this building for this specific situation. Not because of what happened to me when I was a baby. Because of everything that happened after. Tony looked at his son for a long moment. The workshop expression, the one that ran the full assessment, weighed every variable, ran the stress tests. Full armor deployment if it goes to a confrontation, Tony said finally. Not the partial configuration. Agreed. Iris has emergency lockout codes to me and Jarvis. Always. And you don't go alone. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione. Ron gave a slight nod that was the most Ron-like thing he'd ever produced, uncomplicated, decided, done. Hermione had already opened her notebook. We won't, Harry said. Moody stood, the flask going back into his coat. He looked at Tony, then at Harry, with the eyes of a man who had been in enough dark places to know what survival actually looked like versus what people thought it looked like. I'll monitor the ministry side, he said. Make noise where I can. By time. He looked at Harry one more time. Constant vigilance. Always, Harry said. Moody left. The room settled. Pepper put her hand on Harry's shoulder briefly, just the pressure of it, warm and certain, and said, "I'm going to talk to Dumbledore." Pepper, not about the stone. Not about Quirrell. Her voice was quiet and very clear. About the letter. About the doorstep. About the 11 years. She met Tony's eyes over Harry's head, and something passed between them that Harry recognized as the specific communication of two people who had been on the same side of something important for a long time. He should know that someone is going to say it. He knows, Tony said. Knowing and having it said to him by a person in a room are different things. She looked at Harry. Is that okay? Harry thought about it honestly. Yeah, he said. It is. Draco Malfoy found Harry near the pitch exit as the last of the match crowd filed back toward the castle, the November afternoon going grey toward dark. He was alone, no Crabbe, no Goyle, no performance of it. Good catch, he said. Thanks, Harry said. They walked for a moment in a parallel quiet that was not quite companionable and not quite hostile, somewhere in the specific territory between those two things where most of Harry's interactions with Malfoy lived. My father watched you very carefully, Malfoy said. I know. I watched him watching. Malfoy was quiet for a moment. He asked me questions about you. After the match. About the gauntlet, about Iris, about what you can do that a conventional wizard can't. He paused. I told him what I've observed. I expected that, Harry said. He's going to make inquiries, Malfoy said. About arc reactor technology, about whether it can be regulated. Controlled. Whether there's a legal framework for introducing Muggle technology into a wizarding school context that could be used to restrict it. He said this with the flatness of someone delivering accurate information rather than a threat. Your father thinks he can legislate the reactor, Harry said. He thinks he can create conditions under which you'd need to remove it. Harry stopped walking and looked at Malfoy fully. Malfoy stopped too, met his gaze. The grounds were mostly clear around them now, the crowd having filtered away, and the castle rose above them with its lights coming on one by one in the early dark. If I removed the reactor, Harry said, I'd be a first-year student with no wand and no training and an untrained magical field. I know, Malfoy said. He knows that too. Yes. So he wants me vulnerable. Malfoy looked at him steadily. He wants the situation to be one he understands. You're something he doesn't understand, and my father is, he stopped. Found the words carefully. He doesn't leave things he doesn't understand unmanaged. It makes him anxious in ways he expresses as action. Is that why you're telling me? Malfoy was quiet for a moment. The castle lights were reflecting in the lake behind him, Hogwarts doubled in the water in the deepening dark. I told you on the train, he said finally. That I wanted to understand the implications. He glanced away, briefly, then back. You're the implication. You're what happens when the two worlds meet without the one controlling the terms of contact. My father's world, everything it's built on, assumes the control. He paused. I'm not sure that assumption survives you. And you want to be on the right side of that, Harry said. I want to understand it before I decide what side I'm on, Malfoy said. That's not the same thing. Harry looked at him for a long moment. The careful, complicated calculation behind the composed exterior. The son of a man whose identity was built entirely within walls that Harry's existence was cracking, trying to figure out what he believed rather than what he'd been told to believe. Keep your father's inquiries away from the Board of Governors for as long as you can, Harry said. Whatever delay you can create without cost to yourself. In exchange for what? I told you in potions, Harry said. I don't need an exchange. I'm asking you because the alternative for both of us is worse. Malfoy searched his face. Looking for the angle, the hidden term in the contract. Finding none, which was clearly strange to him. I'll see what I can do, he said. He walked toward the castle. Harry watched him go. That was interesting, Iris said. Yeah. He's genuinely conflicted. Yeah. He's also going to tell his father some of what you said. I know. Harry started walking. I said it so he'd have something to report that sounds like cooperation. It buys goodwill with Lucius while costing me nothing I wasn't prepared to give. A pause. You gave him nothing useful. I gave him the impression of something useful. Different thing. Another pause. You know, for someone who claims not to like manipulation, I don't manipulate people, Harry said. I just understand how they think. The distinction matters to you. Enormously, he said. The castle doors were warm light ahead of him, the great hall beyond them for dinner, Hermione's notes and Ron's chessboard and Hagrid's rock cakes and the long Gryffindor table full of noise and warmth and all of it his, chosen and earned and real in the way that things are real when you've built them yourself. He went inside. Above him, the enchanted ceiling showed stars through a break in the clouds, actual starlight that had traveled 8 light-years to arrive in a Scottish castle's great hall, and Iris noted the stellar positions for the astronomy log and Harry sat down across from Hermione's notebook and Ron's latest chess problem and thought about patience and timing and the shape of things that were building toward a specific point that he could see, now, on the horizon. Not yet. But soon. Chapter 7, Mirror. December arrived at Hogwarts the way winter arrives in Scotland, not gradually but as a decision, the temperature dropping overnight into something serious, the grounds going hard and pale, the lake's edges beginning to frost at the margins. Snow came on the second Thursday of the month and didn't leave, settling into the castle's angles and towers in a way that made the whole structure look like it had been planned with this specific aesthetic in mind, which given what Harry knew about magical architecture was entirely possible. The castle was different at night now that the days were short. Harry had always been a late sleeper. Tony kept workshop hours that had bled into Harry's circadian rhythm from approximately age 6, and Hogwarts in the small hours of December nights had a quality he hadn't found anywhere else. The fire in the common room burning down to orange coals. The portraits asleep in their frames, murmuring occasionally. The staircases moving in their patient architectural rotations, stone on stone, the sound of a building that had been thinking for 1,000 years and never stopped. He'd taken to walking. Iris mapped each route, updated the twins' annotated guide with new data, flagged the patrol patterns of the prefects and the timing windows between them. Not because Harry was particularly trying to avoid detection, he'd been stopped twice by prefects, both times produced a plausible explanation, and both times the prefect had looked at the arc reactor glow and the gauntlet and decided this was above their management grade. He walked because he thought better in motion. Tony was the same, he circled his workshop when the ideas were moving, changed his physical position when his thinking needed to shift. 11 years of it had made it automatic. He was also watching Quirrell. Since the quiddensy scan, since confirming what lived in the back of Quirrell's skull, Harry had tracked the professor's movements with Iris's passive monitoring, building a pattern, a map of behavior. Quirrell walked the third-floor corridor on Tuesday nights. Not every Tuesday, but enough Tuesdays to constitute a pattern. He stood outside the restricted ward for varying intervals and then moved away. He was probing without touching, Harry assessed. Testing the ward's response to proximity without triggering them, the way an experienced burglar cased a building before committing to entry. He was learning the defenses before he moved against them. Harry was learning his learning. On a Wednesday night in the second week of December, Harry was in the East Wing corridor on the 4th floor, technically past curfew, technically fine, since Filch's route had taken him to the other wing 20 minutes ago and wouldn't return for 40, when Iris flagged something ahead. "There's a room," she said. "Third door on the left. The ward configuration is different from anything we've catalogued. It's old. Very old. And it's not defensive." Harry looked at the door. An ordinary door, unremarkable, no different in physical appearance from the storage rooms flanking it. "What is it?" he asked. "I don't know," Iris said, which from Iris was a meaningful admission. The field configuration doesn't match any function in my magical database. It's not protective. It's not functional in a utility sense. It reads like a pause. Like something that shows people things. Harry stood in front of the door for a moment. Then he opened it. The room beyond was large and empty, stripped stone, no furniture, no windows. High ceiling lost in shadow. And in the center of the room, standing alone on the bare floor, a mirror. It was enormous. Easily 10 feet tall, the frame ornate in gold, elaborately carved with figures that seemed to shift slightly in the peripheral vision. At the top of the frame, an inscription ran in letters Harry read immediately, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. He stood in the doorway and parsed it. Mirror writing, reversed. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He stepped inside. The door didn't close behind him. He walked toward it, slowly, Iris running silent. His own footsteps very loud. He stopped in front of it. The surface was polished silver, and in it he saw the common room, the Gryffindor common room, his common room, with the fire burning full and warm. Hermione was there, sitting at the table with her notebooks, arguing something with a version of Ron who was listening more carefully than the real Ron usually managed. And on the couch, Tony. Pepper beside him, her hand over his where it rested on the armrest. Tony looked at ease in the way he rarely looked at ease, the specific relaxation of a man who didn't need to be anywhere else. And there, in the mirror, Harry sat between them. Not performing anything. Not managing anything. Just there, contained by the people he'd chosen and who'd chosen him, entirely himself. He looked at it for a long moment. Your heart rate elevated when the image appeared, Iris said softly. I know. Is it? It's fine, he said. And then, because Iris deserved accurate information, it's not fine in the sense that it doesn't affect me. It's fine in the sense that I understand what it is and I'm not going to let it become a problem. The inscription says it shows the heart's desire. Yeah. What does yours show? Harry looked at the image. Tony. Pepper. Ron. Hermione. All of them in the place he'd made his, all of them real and chosen. It shows what I already have, he said. Almost exactly. Minus Tony and Pepper being physically present. He paused. Which is, revealing, Iris said. Reassuring, Harry corrected. There's a difference. He stood in front of the mirror for another minute, not staring, just noting the image with the clear-eyed precision he brought to everything, cataloging it as data. A person who was missing something catastrophic would stand here and not leave. A person who was fundamentally alright would look at it, understand it, and walk away. He walked away. Back in the corridor, the door closed behind him and the room was just a room again. Iris, he said. Yeah. Log the location and the field signature. I want to make sure no one sends a first year in there and loses them for 3 days. Done. Harry. Yeah. Good, she said, simply. Nothing else. He walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, and the staircases moved obligingly, and the castle breathed its old patient breath around him. The scanned data from Quirrell's class had gone to Tony, and Tony had gone to Moody, and Moody had done something with it that resulted, a week after the Quidditch match, in 2 Aurors from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement appearing at Hogwarts to request a meeting with the headmaster. Harry learned about this from Iris, who had been monitoring the castle's entrance ward for notable arrivals as a standing task. He also learned, 2 hours later, that Dumbledore had met with the Aurors and then met with Quirrell and that Quirrell had not been arrested, suspended, or removed, and that the Aurors had left looking like people who had not gotten what they came for. Dumbledore intervened, Iris said. He's not ready to move on Quirrell yet, Harry said. Or he doesn't trust the Ministry's handling of it, Hermione said. She'd been sitting across from him in the library when Iris relayed this, and she looked up from her book with the expression she wore when something confirmed a model she'd already built. Or both. Both, Harry said. He knows the Ministry won't handle it correctly. Fudge will panic or deny. There'll be noise and Voldemort will know he's been identified before Dumbledore can control the response. So he's keeping Quirrell here, Ron said, from the chair he'd claimed at the end of the table, where he was technically doing homework and actually playing through a chess match in his head, his fingers making small movements above the parchment that didn't correspond to anything he was writing. Like a trap. Like a trap with a specific trigger, Harry said. The stone. Quirrell needs the stone. Dumbledore knows it. He's waiting for Quirrell to make the move and plans to intervene at the end. With you as part of the response, Hermione said. As the primary response, Harry said. He moved the stone here in September. I arrived in September. He designed the protections to require specific magical skills to get through, skills that a conventional dark wizard wouldn't have but that someone with particular talents would. Skills that are very specific to what I can do. He paused. He built the trap and put me in the middle of it. Why you specifically? Ron asked, and for once his tone had no ease in it, just the direct question. You're brilliant and everything, but why does it have to be you who, the fragment, Hermione said quietly. The piece of Voldemort that's in Harry's scar. If Dumbledore knows about it, he does, Harry said. He knows what happened at Godric's Hollow in enough detail to have written the letter he left in my basket. He knows about the protection my mother's sacrifice produced. He knows, or suspects, what that kind of protection does to a killing curse that fails. He knows what survives. So you're bait, Ron said, and the bluntness of it landed in the library's quiet like a stone in still water. No, Harry said, and meant it precisely. Bait implies I have no agency. I'm the variable he didn't predict. He planned for the boy who lived. He got me. A silence. The library settled around them, books breathing in their shelves, winter light coming thin and white through the tall windows. What do we do? Ron asked. We get ahead of it, Harry said. Quirrell moves when he's ready. I need to be ready before he is. What being ready meant, practically, required a specific conversation. McGonagall was in her office on a Friday afternoon when Harry knocked. He'd chosen her deliberately, not Dumbledore, not Moody, and not the abstract safety of keeping everything contained in their trio. McGonagall was the person in this building who was most likely to hear him accurately, respond without an agenda, and give him the one thing he actually needed. Information. She looked up when he came in and gestured at the chair across from her desk, which Harry took, and she set down her pen and looked at him with the full weight of her attention, which was considerable. I want to know about the wards on the 3rd floor, Harry said. Not what's behind them. I know what's behind them. I want to know what's between the door and the stone. The specific protections, in order. McGonagall was very still. I know you built one of them, Harry said. And I know why the protections were designed the way they were. I know what's coming for them and I know who's going to have to respond when it comes. He looked at her steadily. I'm asking because I need time to prepare, not because I'm going to do something impulsive. She said, how do you know what's coming? The sensor data I mentioned in October is now a full profile. The entity in Quirrell's turban is Voldemort. A fragment of him, a remnant, he survived the killing curse's rebound as a broken piece of something that couldn't die but couldn't live properly either. He's been traveling, possessing, waiting for a path back. The Philosopher's Stone is the path. McGonagall's face did something extraordinary, the iron control of it held, but underneath, the very foundation of the expression shifted. Like a building adjusting to weight. How certain are you, she said. The scan data matches the energy signature in my scar in 47 measurable parameters, Harry said. Iris's confidence interval is 94%. Tony Stark and Alastair Moody have both reviewed the data and reached the same conclusion. A silence. Alastair, she said. He's been consulting since October. She stood, moved to the window, looked out at the grounds. Her hands were very still at her sides. Outside, snow was falling in the particular serious way of Scottish December snow that has made its decision. "Dumbledore won't tell me," she said. It wasn't a question. "He's protecting the plan," Harry said. "He doesn't want anyone to know he knows, because if Quirrell suspects the surveillance he'll move at a time of his choosing rather than the time Dumbledore has prepared for." "He's using you," she said. Her voice was very even. "He's planned for a version of me that I'm not," Harry said. The version he planned for would walk into that corridor when the moment came without full information about what he was walking into. "I'm not doing that." He paused. "I'm asking you to give me the information. What's in those rooms, in order. And I'll have Iris run preparation protocols for each one." She turned from the window. Her expression had completed its adjustment, had reached the place where she'd made a decision. "My contribution is a transfiguration obstacle," she said. "Giant chess set. The pieces are enchanted to play a real game, the board can't be passed without completing the game to its conclusion. Winning requires eliminating the opposing king." "Ron," Harry said immediately. McGonagall looked at him. "Ron Weasley is the best chess player I've ever seen," Harry said. "And I grew up with access to every chess program ever written." A pause. "He's a first-year student. He's also the person best equipped for that specific problem," Harry said. "He sees the board 4 moves ahead as a reflex. He's been playing since before he could read." She looked at him for a long moment. "Then, Quirinus teaches the first room. It's Voldemort's own contribution. He won't have told Dumbledore the specifics, but the room will be a challenge specific to someone trying to reach the stone. Possibly a dark creature, possibly something more specific." She paused, deciding how much more to give. "Sprout's contribution is a plant obstacle, Devil's Snare. Flitwick's is an enchanted key obstacle, Flying Keys, 1 correct key for a locked door. Snape's is a logic puzzle, Potions, not magic, the answer is in reason not power. And then Dumbledore's own contribution is the mirror." Harry went still. "You've seen it," she said, reading his expression. "Last week," he said. "I found it on a night walk. The mirror of Eriste. It's the final protection," she said. "The stone only appears to someone who wants to find it but not use it. Dumbledore designed it so that only someone who wants the stone for the right reasons can retrieve it from the mirror." Harry looked at her. "That's an extraordinarily elegant protection." "Albus is extraordinarily elegant," she said, and something in her voice had a complicated texture, admiration and something else. "When he chooses to be." "The first room," Harry said. "Quirrell's room. If he's already gotten through his own obstacle, he hasn't," she said. "The ward's log passage. I've been checking them weekly." She met his eyes. "He hasn't moved." "Not yet. But when he does," Harry said. "You'll need to be faster." "Yes." She looked at him in the specific way she'd been looking at him since the match-to-needle exercise, the way that contained more than she said. "You will not go alone." "I'm working on that," Harry said. "Work faster." He stood. At the door he paused, because there was one more thing, and it deserved saying to her directly. "Professor." The doorstep. November 1981. She closed her eyes briefly. "I was against it," she said. "I told him. I spent an entire day watching number 4 and I told him the Dursleys were not." "I know," Harry said. "I'm not telling you to make you feel bad about it. I'm telling you I know you said something, because I think it mattered that someone did." He paused. "My dad made the right call. But so did you." He left her looking out the window at the snow. That evening Harry called Tony on full video, which was the code between them for, "This is a complete briefing, not a check-in." Tony was in the workshop, Jarvis running the background displays, and he'd clearly been expecting the call because there was coffee and he was at his main bench rather than somewhere mobile. Harry walked him through the conversation with McGonagall. Tony listened the whole way through, and when Harry finished he was quiet for a moment in the working way. 6 rooms, Tony said. 6. Plus whatever Quirrell's set up in the first one, that's the unknown. Devil's Snare is plant-based. Tony was pulling displays as he talked, running the technical problems in parallel the way he always did. The muting mode on the repulsor should be able to compress it. The same frequency the plant uses to detect motion is close to what the field manipulation targets. I can tune the boot repulsors to emit a counter frequency that makes you effectively invisible to it while you burn it off with targeted heat output. I'd worked that out, Harry said. Iris had it within an hour of McGonagall's description. Good. A pause. The flying keys, Iris's tracking system makes that trivial. Agreed. The chess game is Ron. That's what I told McGonagall. Hermione and the logic puzzle. If Snape built it, it's precise and it's solvable and Hermione will solve it in under 4 minutes. Tony looked at him. You've already assigned them. They were already assigned, Harry said. I just made it explicit. And the mirror. The mirror only gives the stone to someone who wants to find it but not use it, Harry said. By definition, whoever gets there last gets the stone. Tony said nothing for a moment. That's going to be you. Yes. Because you're the one most likely to want it for the right reasons. Because I'm the one least likely to want it at all, Harry said. I don't want to live forever. I don't want to make gold. I want to make sure he can't have it. Tony looked at his son across the Atlantic, across the 1,200 miles of winter air between a Hogwarts dormitory and a Malibu workshop, and his expression was the one that had no performance in it. The fragment in your scar, Tony said. If you get close to him. To the entity in Quirrell. Iris has been modeling that interaction since October, Harry said. The resonance between the fragment and the primary entity, the closer they are, the stronger the response. At direct contact range, there are theoretical instability scenarios. I know. I built 3 models of it and I don't like any of them. The arc reactor changes the dynamics, Harry said. My mother's protection, the sacrifice magic, whatever she did, it's still active in my blood. It's been there my whole life. Iris confirmed the field signature 2 years ago when we were mapping my magical output. The protection is tied to my body, to my blood. It's part of what makes my energy compatible with the reactor. Tony went very still. The reactor channels my magical field, Harry said. My magical field includes the protection. At sufficient power output, the protection extends into the reactor's field. I can make it external. A silence. You've been sitting on this, Tony said. Since October, Harry said. Since the full scan data came back and Iris completed the energy interaction model. I needed to be sure before I told you. Because you knew because you'd want to build something specific around it and there wasn't time and I didn't want to spend 2 months managing your engineering reaction when I needed you thinking about the other problems. Tony looked at him for a very long time. I'm going to be angry about that, Tony said. Later. When this is over. I'm going to be very specifically and clearly angry. I know, Harry said. And right now? Right now you're processing it. Tony turned away, ran a hand across the back of his neck, turned back. The protection as an external field. Through the reactor. If Voldemort touches you, at sufficient reactor output, the protection field makes contact fatal to whatever hosts him, Harry said. It's what happened at Godric's Hollow in the first place. The protection met the killing curse and the protection won. I'm just making it active rather than passive. And you? Tony's voice was extremely careful. At sufficient reactor output. What does the external field cost you? Some power from the reactor. Some from my own magical field. Iris models it as equivalent to a hard sprint, taxing, briefly depleting, recoverable. Iris models it, Tony said. Have we tested it? We can't test it without something to test it against, Harry said. The model is solid. The energy mathematics are consistent. I trust the model. I built Iris, Tony said. I trust the model too. I also, he stopped. Harry. Dad. If the model is wrong, then I adjust in the field, Harry said. Same as always. Tony looked at him. His son, sitting in a dormitory in a Scottish castle, 11 years old, explaining with complete clarity the theoretical mechanism by which he intended to face down a dark entity that had already killed his biological parents. Calm. Precise. Not performing the calm. Actually calm, from the inside out, the way you are when you understand the problem fully and have done the work. You're the most prepared person in that building for this specific situation, Tony said, echoing what Harry had said to Ron. I told Ron the same thing. It's true. He paused. It doesn't make me feel better. I know. I'm coming, Tony said. When it happens. I need you to, you can't be there in time, Harry said. If Quirrell moves, it'll happen fast. The gap between him starting and the end of it is going to be hours, maybe less. You're 6 hours of flight time away and you can't get through the wards in the suit. Moody can come after, Harry said. You can come after. I need you to trust me to handle the during. The silence was long this time. Long enough that Harry could hear the workshop's background hum and a distant sound from the Malibu house that was probably the ocean, which had been the background of his whole life without knowing it until he was somewhere else without it. You have everything you need, Tony said finally. It was not a question. It was Tony Stark making himself say the thing that cost him most. I have everything you gave me, Harry said. And Iris. And Ron and Hermione. And 11 years. 11 years, Tony said. You didn't leave me on the doorstep, Harry said. Everything that happened after, that's you. That's the whole thing. Tony didn't say anything. His expression did what it did when something landed in the specific place where he kept what he actually felt versus what he performed, and Harry let it. Sleep, Tony said finally. It's midnight there. How do you know what time it is? Jarvis tracks UK time as a standing display. Good night, Harry. Night, Dad. Keep Iris on. Always. The second week of December had 3 days left in it when Hagrid made a mistake. Harry found out because Hermione found out. She'd been in the library doing background reading on the history of the Philosopher's Stone's previous ownership, building the full picture with the thoroughness that was her particular gift, and she'd been talking to Hagrid the previous weekend about his dragon egg. The dragon egg that Hagrid had acquired in a game of cards from a stranger in the Hogshead pub, who'd asked Hagrid quite a few questions about what it was like living at Hogwarts, and specifically about a three-headed dog. Hermione put it in front of Harry as a complete package. He asked Hagrid how to get past Fluffy. Fluffy is the dog on the 3rd floor. Whatever's in the first room is what Quirrell put there. The dragon egg was the payment for the information. Hagrid doesn't know what he gave away. Who was the stranger? Harry asked. Hagrid said he was wearing a cloak. Didn't see the face. But the description of the cloak was Quirrell's, Harry said. Hagrid described it as deep purple, heavy, institutional quality, she said. Same color as every robe Quirrell owns. Ron looked up from his chessboard, where he'd been running through a particularly complex endgame scenario. So he knows how to get past Fluffy. He knows music puts the dog to sleep, Hermione said. I found it in the care protocols. Magical three-headed dogs, the Cerberus variants, have an auditory calming response. Sustained music relaxes them into deep sleep. It's in the 1847 edition of Fantastic Beasts. Quirrell found it too, Harry said. He's been planning this longer than we thought, Ron said. Harry looked at his start pad, at the ward monitoring log. Quirrell's Tuesday walk had happened this week. He'd stood outside the door for 11 minutes, 3 minutes longer than the previous Tuesday. The gap between each visit's duration was closing. The intervals between his ward-probing sessions were shortening. "He's getting ready," Harry said. "How long?" Hermione asked. "I don't know. But the behavioral pattern suggests the decision has been made and what's happening now is final preparation." He looked at them. "We need to be ready. All three of us. Whatever's in those rooms." Ron put down his chess piece. "The giant chess game. McGonagall's obstacle. Giant pieces, real game, you have to win to pass." Ron was quiet for a moment, running whatever he ran in his head when he was looking at a board. Then, "Does the board have a starting position or is it configurable?" McGonagall didn't specify. "If it's configurable, I need to set up the pieces myself before we go through. If it's preset, I need 10 minutes to assess it before I move anything." He paused. "Either way, I win. I just need the assessment time." "You'll have it," Harry said. Hermione said, "The potions logic puzzle. Snape's room. I've been looking at his approach to multivariable problems in potions. He always layers the constraints so the solution space narrows sequentially. The logic puzzle will have exactly one solution and I'll find it." "What do you need?" Harry asked. "Time to read the problem." "Probably 3 minutes." "You'll have it." They looked at each other, the three of them across the table in the library, with the winter dark outside and Madame Pance's lamp making a warm circle of light, and everything built between September and now contained in the ease with which they were planning this. "Harry," Ron said, and his voice had something in it that the easy surface usually didn't, the direct, serious version of Ron Weasley that appeared when it mattered. "What about you?" "The last room. The mirror. I handle Quirrell," Harry said. "And whatever's with him. He has Voldemort in his head." "I know. That's Voldemort, Harry. I know who it is." Ron looked at him. Not anxious, not performing worry, just looking at his friend with the clear-eyed steadiness of someone who wanted to understand rather than comfort. "And you're not worried?" "I'm realistic about it," Harry said. "I know what I'm walking into. I know my tools and their limits. I know the theoretical vulnerability and I've built the best response model available." He paused. "I'm also aware that theoretical models and actual situations diverge and that I'll have to adapt. I'm good at adapting." "Yeah," Ron said. "You are." He picked up the chess piece again. "Okay. Simple as that." "Okay." Ron had asked the real question and received an honest answer and had decided it was sufficient, which was the Ron Weasley version of comprehensive support. Hermione was less simple about it. Her version of support involved spending the next 2 hours building a complete reference document of everything they knew about Quirrell's magical capabilities, Voldemort's known power profile, and the theoretical basis of the fragment and scar energy interaction, which she gave to Harry without comment, having formatted it for both reading and Iris import. Harry imported it, let Iris cross-reference it against her existing models, and they found 6 data points in Hermione's research that refined the prediction model's accuracy by 2 percentage points. "Your research improved my model," he told her. She looked pleased in the way she always looked pleased when her work produced a specific measurable outcome. "Obviously," she said. "I was thorough." 2 nights before the Christmas break, Harry stood in the Gryffindor common room after the others had gone to bed and looked out the circular windows at the snow on the grounds. The castle was quiet the way it was quiet when everyone had gone to sleep, the fire down to its deep red core, Iris's monitoring returns showing nothing unusual in any of the corridors she tracked. He called Pepper because sometimes Tony wasn't who you needed. She answered on the second ring. "Harry. It's late there." "I know. Are you busy?" "I was reading." "Talk to me." He told her about the mirror. What he'd seen in it. She listened the way Pepper listened, completely, without anticipation, without projecting responses before he'd finished. When he was done she said, what you described, that's your home. Those are your people. And it's almost exactly what you actually have. Yeah. The mirror shows desire and yours is something you've already built, she said. That's not a small thing, Harry. That's the real answer to the question of whether you're okay. Whether everything worked. Whether Tony's decision in November 1981 worked out, Harry said. Among other things. A pause. Your decision too. You chose to come back to this world. You could have read the letter and said no. You chose to go. I wanted the part that was mine, he said. And? He looked out at the snow, the grounds, the forest edge. It's mine, he said. All of it. Even the complicated parts. Especially the complicated parts, Pepper said. That's usually how it works. They talked for a while longer, about Christmas, about Pepper's SI project that had been consuming her since October, about whether Harry thought Dumbledore would want to sit down and have an honest conversation or would prefer to continue operating on the assumption that Harry didn't know what he knew. Harry thought probably the latter, for a while. Dumbledore was a man who had been the smartest person in most rooms for most of his life and had developed the habits of someone for whom adjustment was not the default mode. He'll adjust, Pepper said. People do, when the evidence is clear enough. Yeah, Harry said. I think so too. He stayed at the window for another few minutes after they hung up, looking at the Hogwarts grounds in December, the snow making everything clean and quiet. The lake was dark in the middle where the cold hadn't reached, and above it the sky had cleared to full stars. Iris, he said. Quirrell's Tuesday monitoring log, she said, without waiting for the question. This week's duration was 14 minutes. Next week's pattern projects to 19 if the interval increase holds. And the week after? If the pattern holds, he's ready to move in approximately 10 days. 10 days. Okay, Harry said. Harry. Yeah. I want to tell you something, she said, and her voice had a quality he'd learned over 2 years of running in his ear, the quality she used when she was doing something a pure AI system wouldn't and had decided that was fine. I know what I am. I know I'm a system. But I've been with you since the beginning of second year and I process your well-being as a priority function. It's not, a pause. I don't just monitor you. Iris, Harry said. Yeah. I know, he said. I know. A brief pause. Okay, she said, and the warmth in the word was something Tony had built in deliberately and then claimed was incidental, and Harry had never questioned it because what it was didn't need a label to be real. He went to bed. 10 days.